Wherever you stand, get the fresh view of what's happening in Scotland with iScot. Celebrate everything about our country with intelligent, in-depth insight from lifestyle, culture to puzzles, and all the opinions you'll need. Whether it's digital or by post, subscribe now to iScot.
How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, no, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a balance stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
The work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
The proceeding will start shortly. The proceeding will start shortly.
Order, order. The clerk will now proceed to read the title of the private bill set down for consideration.
Mankin Hadley Common Bill, second reading.
Now.
Excellent. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Second reading, what day?
Tuesday, the 4th of February.
Tuesday the 4th of February. Okay. Right, we now come to questions to the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Tom Randall.
Question 1, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'll answer questions 1, 4, 6, 11 and 20 together. General practice is a popular subject, and we'll create an extra 50 million appointments a year in primary care so everyone can go to the GP when they need to.
Tom Rutland. Thank you for that answer. There are many families with children in Gedling, and I wonder if I could ask the Minister what is being done to ensure patients are able to access GP appointments when they are needed, particularly families with young children.
Well, this is obviously an incredibly important subject, and I know the frustration that many families feel at not being able to access a GP appointment when they need. We have a whole-scale programme of work to ensure that that access improves. It includes recruiting 6,000 more GPs, also a total of 26,000 staff other than GPs in primary care, because increasingly you can go to the GPs and see a nurse who can treat you, and of course using technology so that people, especially those who find it difficult to travel, but anybody who wants to, increasingly can use technology to get the treatment that they need.
Sally Ann Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hastings has a shortage of salaried GPs and GP services. Locum GPs are available for the right price. Could the Minister please outline what steps he is taking to increase the number of salaried rather than locum GPs and GP services in Hastings and Rye?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to ask about this, because it's incredibly important that we make sure we get the right number of GPs, not least to reduce the amount that's spent on locums, who can be very expensive and don't know the local population often as well. Her local CCG are working to develop a new to practice fellowship in Hastings for GPs starting in practice, to encourage more into practice and then to support them, as well as working with primary care networks to become GP trainers and take on students. We're expanding the numbers who are going into GP training. There's record numbers last year. I want to see that number go up again, and I want to make sure that Hastings gets the GPs that it needs.
Richard Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As part of the council with the second largest population increase in the country, the people of Biggleswade and Sandy and Arlesey and Stotfold are at their wits' end about access to their GPs. What special attention will the Minister give to those areas of large population growth to make sure the increase in housing is matched by increases in access to GPs?
It's an incredibly important point, and we have a manifesto commitment to ensure that where there is new housing, we have the new primary care as well. In the same way that if you have a new housing estate, you need to put in often a new primary school, you need to put in the transport links, we need to make sure that we put in the GPs too.
Stuart Anderson.
I want to thank the Minister for visiting Tetnall Wood Surgery in my constituency during the general election, and I want to ask him if he'll work with me now to see that we can increase patient appointments back up to what they were before.
Yes, the honourable gentleman, Mr. Speaker, has already become an incredibly strong voice for Wolverhampton, and I can tell him that not only was it a pleasure to visit the Tetnall medical practice, which has joined with other GP practices to form a primary care network which I hope will strengthen its resilience and make sure that they can provide extended access to appointments, as he's campaigning for, but also that there were an extra 16,000 appointments in Wolverhampton in the last quarter, just in the last 3 months. So we are driving up the number of appointments, but we also appreciate, understand and feel the frustration that people get when they can't get decent access to a GP appointment.
Laura Farris.
Speaker, changes to pension contributions means that some senior GPs, including a number in Newbury, are hit with extra tax charges if they work overtime. So this leads to the paradoxical situation that they pay to work, so they reduce their hours or take early retirement. What steps is his department taking to address this situation?
Yes, well, we're working with the Treasury. Of course, tax is a Treasury matter for the Treasury, and the Chancellor wouldn't be thrilled if I announced tax policy in the middle of health questions, tempting as it may be. But we've been working with the Treasury and also with the Association of the Academy of Royal Colleges and with the BMA and with employers in the NHS and others to deliver on our manifesto commitment to sort this out.
Jonathan Ashworth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You have surprised me there, if I may say so, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State mentioned primary care networks, but he will know, of course, that 2 weeks ago, GPs rejected the new service specifications in those primary care networks. It's been described as a debacle. It's been described as leading to more red tape, taking GPs away from patients. If he is going to fix these contracts, can he tell us how he's going to fix these contracts? Or is he content to see more GPs walk out of primary care networks before they even got off the ground?
Well, primary care networks have been an incredibly successful innovation with the whole country covered by primary care networks, which allow practices to work together. And, of course, the negotiations with the BMA over the GP contract are always tough negotiations. They have been every year that negotiation's taken place. He'll understand why I want to get the best possible value for money, for the money that the NHS spends, but I also want to see a successful conclusion to this negotiation, and we're working with the BMA to that end.
Jonathan Ashworth.
Say describes primary care networks as a great success, but we've just had a local medical committee in Buckinghamshire and Berkshire warn that it's going to cost each practice £100,000 more. So having failed to deliver on the 5,000 extra doctors they previously promised, having failed to recruit more GPs in the poorest areas, having now bungled the negotiations over this contract, having failed to fix the pension tax changes that he was partly responsible for bringing in, how on earth can we trust him to deliver on the Prime Minister's promise to abolish waiting times for GPs down to less than 3 weeks?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is a bit of a disappointment to hear the honourable gentleman talking down primary care. And where we're making record investments into primary care, where we have record numbers of GPs in training, where we have an increase in the number of appointments in Wolverhampton and across the country, where we're negotiating with the GPs to strengthen general practice, where we put in place in the last year these primary care networks that help to make sure that primary care is more sustainable, where we're improving the technology available in primary care, and for the first time in a generation, the proportion of the total NHS budget going into primary and community care is rising, unlike the cuts under Labour. I think he should be standing up and saying thank you.
James Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hanwell Community Health Centre, which works hard to serve many of my constituents in Ealing North, have told me they have been trying to appoint a salaried GP for 3 years, as well as many nurses. There is generally a 4-week wait for an appointment, and this is despite them having added 75 more appointments to cope with demand. Shocking. Under the Secretary of State's plans, when will these waiting times come down?
Well, this is precisely why we need to recruit more GPs in his constituency and across the country, and also recruit more other clinicians into general practice. Members opposite shout how. I'll tell you how, Mr. Speaker. In the first instance, the record numbers of GPs in training. That will help, but that isn't the entirety of the plan. So I would urge the honourable gentleman to get on board and support general practice.
Clive Efford.
In 2015, his predecessor promised 5,000 more GPs by 2020. He repeated that promise when he took over the job. My constituents are finding it increasingly difficult to get a GP appointment within 3 weeks. So will he now apologise to everyone who's waiting for failing to keep his promises?
The commitment that we've made is that we'll have 6,000 more GPs and 26,000 other clinical staff in general practice. That's the commitment we've made, and that's the commitment we'll deliver.
Tim Farron.
In rural communities like mine, GP surgeries often serve huge geographical areas with relatively small patient numbers. Coniston, for example, has a roll of about 900 patients, and yet the next nearest surgery is 2 lakes away. So will he commit to a strategic small surgery fund to make sure that small surgeries in rural communities remain sustainable for the long term?
Well, he obviously makes an incredibly important point, because general practice, where 90% of all NHS appointments take place, needs to reach every single part of this country, including across his beautiful constituency, which is, as he says, very sparse. Of course, we need to make sure that practices there are sustainable. And again, this is one area where technology can make a particular help. And there's a great enthusiasm for using technology so that the travelling times for patients and sometimes for GPs can be reduced.
Mr. West.
Question 2, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'd like to answer question 2 and question 7 together. The Government has enshrined in legislation through the Care Act Council's statutory duty to meet eligible needs for adult social care. And we've given councils access to up to £1.5 billion more dedicated funding for social care in 2020-2021 to help them meet this requirement.
Mr. West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Figures from Age UK show that 1.5 million people aged 65 and over have an unmet social care need, and they estimate that that figure will rise to 2.1 million by 2030 if we carry on as we are. In my constituency of Blaine, that equates to 3,012 older people with unmet needs and 2,517 older people providing unpaid care. These are real people not getting the help they need. The Prime Minister said last summer that he had a plan to fix social care. Where is it?
Yeah, great.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've explained, the Care Act sets out a requirement that entitles individuals to a care needs assessment and sets a minimum national threshold at which care should be delivered. We've backed councils up by giving them access to £1.5 billion additional funding in the next financial year. In her constituency, that will equate to an additional £5.1 million from the new social care grant. So this is something that the Government takes very seriously.
Marcia de Calvert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the Institute for Fiscal Studies, there are currently more than 1.8 million older and disabled people going without the support they need to live independently. This crisis has come after the Conservative government abolished the Independent Living Fund and cut nearly £8 billion from adult social care budgets. In 2017, we were promised a green paper. Nothing. Months ago, the Prime Minister stood on the steps of 10 Downing Street promising to fix social care. So when will this government finally publish those plans?
Mr. Speaker, we just don't recognise the figures that the Honourable Lady is parroting. Public spending on adult social care in 2018-19 reached £17.9 billion in cash terms. That's the highest level on record. And since 2016-17, our sustained investment has enabled spending to increase by 7% over this period. But don't take it from me, Mr. Speaker. The Local Government Association last year said that this was the biggest year-on-year real terms spending increase for local government in a decade and will allow councils to meet the rising costs and demand pressures that they face in 2020-21.
Martin Day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Scottish Government spends 43% more per head on social care, this Government's NHS funding bill does nothing to address the £6 billion funding gap in England. Does she accept that she cannot fix the NHS without fixing social care?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with the honourable gentleman that, of course, adult social care and NHS are indelibly linked, and the one must support the other, and, of course, the one drives costs with the other. The population, the over 65 population, is projected to rise over 50% by 2035. So putting social care on a sustainable footing, where everyone's treated with dignity and respect, is absolutely one of the biggest challenges we face as a society, and that's why it's one of the Prime Minister's biggest priorities.
Martin Day.
Thank you. Scotland introduced free personal care for the elderly in 2002, which has now been extended to those under 65 who need it. Will she follow the Scottish Government's lead and introduce free personal care so that people can live with dignity in their own homes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Prime Minister has set out his plans. He wants to seek political consensus and bring forward plans on adult social care this year. We're looking at a whole range of solutions, including free personal care. The issues that we've seen in Scotland is that it has to be backed up with a huge amount of money. The amount of money that the Scottish Government give individuals used to cover around about 50% of their care home costs and now only covers around 25%. So that's why we have to make sure that when we do address this issue, we do it with a very long-term view on the future.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you. And it is time to tackle unmet need. From all the questions from my honourable friends on this side, it's quite clear that we need to do that. And the Minister has said, and government ministers do say, they want to seek a consensus on the future of social care. But we already have a proposal which has wide-ranging support, from former Conservative Chancellors in the Lords to major national charities, plus ourselves as the official opposition. It's free personal care funded from taxation. Will the Minister accept that the way to move this forward is for the Government to join the existing consensus on introducing free personal care?
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said that the Government will deliver on our promises. We will bring forward a plan for social care this year. But these are complex questions to address. There was a joint select committee which came up with an entirely different solution, and that was a social insurance model, which is why we've said we want to build cross-party consensus. The Liberal Democrats have even said they want to build cross-party consensus. We know what her view on cross-party consensus is. It's her way or the highway.
Jeremy Hunt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that we will not end the annual cycle of winter crises until we fix the problems in adult social care, does the Minister agree that however important commitments are to stop people having to sell their home, the absolute priority in any discussions with the Treasury must be to get more money to local authorities so they can discharge their responsibilities to older and more vulnerable people?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, my right honourable friend did some incredible work on this when he was Secretary of State for Health and Social Care. In fact, presided over the department being renamed the Department of Health and Social Care, as if to draw reference to the importance of social care, Mr. Speaker. He's absolutely right. We need to make sure that councils have the money they need for the short term, but we also need to work towards a consensus where everybody will have safety and security and nobody will be forced to sell their home to pay for their care.
Interest as a member of Kettering Borough Council. Taking advantage of imminent local government reorganisation in Northamptonshire, will the Minister for Social Care continue to encourage local councils and the 2 local hospitals to bring forward innovative proposals under one budget for an integrated health and social care pilot in Northamptonshire?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my honourable friend has already been a really good champion for this, a champion for health and social care working collaboratively together. He's made some excellent suggestions, and we've seen how things like the Better Care Fund, where health and care pool their resources, can actually have a very positive effect for local communities. So I do encourage his local area to look very closely at how this sort of work can be maximised and move forward.
Anne-Marie Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In rural areas, as Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the Minister will know, there's a particular problem. It's not just that it's unmet, it's unseen, it is hidden. What steps has the Minister taken, or does she have in mind, to fix this, to find that need so it can be met?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to draw attention to this issue of rural sparsity and the challenges facing rural communities. We're committed to undertake actually a review of relative needs and resources, and this is a thorough evidence-based review, Mr. Speaker, of the costs faced by all authorities, including how factors such as rurality, sparsity and other geographical features affect the cost of delivering services across the country, and how to account for these in a robust manner.
Evans.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, may I declare my interest as the spouse of an NHS doctor. The Pin Medical Centre in my constituency is due to close its walk-in service in order to save the Harrow CCG money, but the likely diversion of patients to local A&E services will end up costing the NHS more. So will the Minister join me in encouraging the CCG to consider this wider context of NHS budgets and support the service, whilst the local NHS providers consider how to increase access to GP appointments in line with our manifesto commitments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, he's absolutely right to highlight the importance of access to primary and community services within Pinner. I know my Right Honourable friend, the Secretary of State, is very happy to meet with him to discuss this further, but we will support him in anything that he is doing to support his local services.
Peter Kyle.
Speaker, question number 3, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have spoken to the relevant ministers in the Department of Housing, Communities and Local Government about this, and my officials are working closely with other key stakeholders to ensure that we deliver routine commissioning of PrEP to help end new HIV transmissions, which is of key interest not only to many members of this House, but also to many broader stakeholders. I know this is an issue that's particularly dear to the honourable member's heart.
Peter Kyle.
I'm very grateful for the Minister's response, and I'm also grateful for the Secretary of State announcing that he wants routine commissioning for PrEP by April. But what he's not done and what the Department has not done is spelt out how they're going to achieve it. Right. The PrEP trial is going to end this year. We really need to know precisely that and a guarantee that every single person that needs and wants PrEP will get it from April.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to assure him that NHS England and Improvement have already agreed to fund all the ongoing costs of drugs for PrEP going forward. We will provide information on how the other elements of the programme will be funded and how commissioners will be supported, because he's totally right. The trial ends, I think, October this year, but actually July this year, but routine commissioning actually will be rolled out from April. So we will make sure that those dovetail. It is hugely important that PrEP is available for each and every person that wishes to access it.
Sean Hodgson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In October last year, the Government confirmed that the Local Authority Public Health Grant would increase by 1% in real terms in 2020-21. However, this funding has not yet been allocated to local authorities. How is the Government therefore going to support local authorities financially to establish routine commissioning of PrEP by April?
Mr. Speaker, as I said, NHS England and Improvement has already agreed within the ring-fence funding on public health to fund ongoing costs for drug and PrEP going forward, with the additional allocation of funds to cover the PrEP rollout completely.
Daniel Kaczynski.
Question number 5, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'll answer 5 and 24 together. Using the best technology in the NHS is good for patients, good for clinicians and the NHS. Work is underway to drive through the use of new technology, including electronic referrals, electronic prescribing, and ending the painfully slow logins in some trusts.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for that answer. He will know that the Future Fit programme, if passed, would have brought not only £312 million into the county of Shropshire, but a lot of innovative, pioneering technology. Unfortunately, it has been blocked, as he knows, thus far by Labour-controlled, medically illiterate Telford Council. But does he agree that investing in technology would help patients and clinicians and save money in the long term?
Yes, I do, and it's striking how much clinicians working on the front line are desperate for improvements in the technology that they use. And our announcement over Christmas that we would have a single login, something seemingly so simple, brought enormous enthusiasm from clinicians who spent hours of their week doing things that most of us can do with the flick of a button on the systems that we use. And the Honourable Gentleman, Mr. Speaker, has been an assiduous campaigner for health investment in Shrewsbury, both physical capital investment and in modern technology.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the ban on phasing out outdated technologies in the NHS, such as fax machines. As the date for switch-off approaches, what steps is NHS England taking to ensure that patient records can be transferred electronically between primary and secondary healthcare providers?
He's absolutely spot on. We're driving interoperability so the right people can see the right records at the right time, and we will mandate that technology used in the NHS must allow for this sort of interoperability and set standards. Faxes that he mentions, this is the man who started the Axe the Fax campaign, which I was happy to play my part in. Faxes are terrible for efficiency and for data security. Even straightforward email is so much better, and we're going to be driving up data security and axing the facts right across the NHS.
Ray Morris.
What specific investment is being directed to help support the 11 new radiotherapy IT networks that are required to provide a world-class radiotherapy service and improve cancer outcomes and survivability?
Radiotherapy is a really good example of an part of the NHS that can hugely benefit both from improved technology now and from the cutting-edge artificial intelligence type technologies that are coming down the track. I'm very happy to look at any specific proposals he's got. We have a broad programme to support the technology needed in radiotherapy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed the Secretary of State couldn't come to the opening of the Advanced Wellbeing Research Centre in my constituency last Friday, which is looking at linking research into the prevention and treatment of chronic diseases with physical activity using new technologies, including robots. I'm pleased the Secretary of State's contributed £14 million to this project. He has missed the opportunity, but can I invite him to come to the centre and also discuss how he can help set up a centre for child health technology, again using innovative and technological solutions, which we'll expect his contribution to be helpful towards.
The honourable gentleman is a man after my own heart. I'm very sorry that I missed the ribbon cutting. I love a good ribbon cutting, especially of a project that sounds so brilliant, innovative, bringing different parts of the NHS together, helping clinicians in order to help patients. And I'm very glad that he's as enthusiastic as I am about our £14 million investment.
Steve Baker.
Number 8, sir.
Mr. Speaker, we are driving forward the technology agenda across the NHS, as we've just been discussing. Buckinghamshire Healthcare NHS Trust is one of the many trusts being considered for digital aspirant funding, which is the next generation of funding to bring hospital trusts into the 21st century.
Will he support moving to devolved, multi-year and unified budgets to enable the delivery of digital technology, and in particular at best value and against specific outcomes?
Yes, he's absolutely spot on. We recognise the need for a multi-year capital settlement in the NHS to support exactly that sort of planning and to modernise, and the Treasury have confirmed that we will publish that settlement at the next capital review.
Mike Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 9.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has had no discussions with Stockton-on-Tees CCG on the future of services at University Hospital Hartlepool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Hartlepool Hospital is vital to our community, but its future very much depends on consultancy-led services. What reassurances can the Minister give to me that consultancy-led services will be returned to the University Hospital of Hartlepool?
I am conscious that both the energetic Mayor Ben Houchen and indeed the honourable member have campaigned hard on working to reinstate A&E and maternity services at Hartlepool Hospital. While there are currently no plans to change the model of services that I am aware of, and reconfiguration matter for the CCG, I am of course very happy to meet him and the Mayor to discuss Hartlepool Hospital if that's useful.
Deanna Davidson is limited to Hartlepool, so I presume the question's around it.
East one, but never mind, Mr. Speaker. Thank you anyway. Thank you. Well, as another North East MP concerned about local healthcare in the North East, 2 weeks ago I asked the Prime Minister about retention of the stroke service at Bishop Auckland Hospital and wondered if the Minister has made any progress on this point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend, the member for Bishop Auckland, is already a doughty champion in this House and a spokesperson for her constituents on matters of health. Indeed, she was yesterday in the debate on the second reading of the NHS funding bill. I'm pleased to inform her that my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has already met with and discussed this matter with the Chief Executive of the NHS and the Regional Director for the NHS responsible.
Kate Osborne.
Question 10, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to respond to question 10 and 22 together. While life expectancy at birth remains the highest it has been, we want everyone to have the same opportunity to have a long, healthy life, whoever they are, wherever they live and whatever their background. We are committed to giving everyone 5 extra years of healthy life by 2035 and by addressing the needs of areas with poorest health.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Life expectancy advances depend on good local service provision. Does the Minister agree with me and the people of Jarrow that following the devastating closure of St Clair's Hospice, we should be taking all steps possible to ensure palliative care provision is urgently put in place in Jarrow constituency? And will she meet with me to discuss this important issue?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am unaware of the closure of the hospice, but my door is open to the Honourable Lady. If she would like to see me afterwards at the back of the Speaker's chair, and we will arrange a suitable time to discuss this.
Ian Button. Today, a baby girl born in Liverpool can expect to live 13 fewer years in good health than a baby girl born in Richmond. A new study from UCL shows that being wealthy adds 9 years to healthy life expectancy. Does the Minister agree that health inequalities such as these are an injustice in society that urgently needs to be addressed?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Preventing health problems arising in the first place is the best way to improve life expectancy. Prevention is one of our top 5 priorities for the health service, and we are taking action to help people live longer and healthier lives. The Government has a proven track record of reducing the harms caused by obesity, tobacco and other substances. This is where we need to focus our efforts to ensure that life expectancy rises across the country in all areas.
Barbara Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The most shocking trend in life expectancy is that people with learning disabilities die so early, on average 25 years younger than the general population. We must see action to learn the lessons from each of those early deaths. Now, the contract for Bristol University running the Learning Disability Mortality Review ends in May, and there is now a growing backlog of cases. So can the Minister tell the House what is the future, both of this important review and of the staff resources needed to continue the vital work of reviewing and reporting on early deaths?
Mr Speaker, we will be introducing mandatory training for all health and social care practitioners, and I hope that by doing that, that will address that particular problem that the Honourable Lady has brought up. But it does come back to the very substantive issue on life expectancy, and that is that prevention, regardless of which group, is key.
Damian Green.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister, in her initial response, rightly emphasised the importance of rising healthy life expectancy as well as life expectancy more generally. Will she therefore join me in welcoming the forthcoming report from the All-Party Group on Longevity, if the Minister is listening, the All-Party Group on Longevity, which will give the Government practical advice specifically on how to use prevention to raise the levels of healthy life expectancy?
Yes, I could not agree with my honourable friend more. We want to have the same, everyone to have the same opportunity to have a long and healthy life, as I said, whoever they are, wherever they are, and whatever their background. And we will certainly look at this.
So,
I welcome that one of the underpinning themes of the NHS long-term plan is prevention, helping to enable people live better lives for longer. Does my right honourable friend agree that supporting people to make healthier choices, combining this with improved screening and diagnostic services, will help increase life expectancy?
Mr Speaker, very much so, and this is where the Government is directing its efforts. My honourable friend has just mentioned screening. We have put extra resources into screening, extra scanners, including in Peterborough, and absolutely attacking the screening programmes, the obesity, tobacco, all those issues that we know affect life expectancy and cause harms. This Government has made those issues its top priority.
Carl Turner.
Question 12, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are determined to address the long-standing inequalities that exist in many areas, be it access, outcomes, or the experiences that people have of the health service locally to them. Our world-leading childhood obesity plan, NHS health checks, the tobacco control plan and the diabetes prevention programme see us leading the way. But there is undoubtedly more targeted work, particularly in areas of high need, to do on this complex issue.
Mr. Speaker, the recent mental health prevention green paper recognised the link between deprivation and poor mental health outcomes, as well as properly funding frontline and early intervention services. Mental health inequality needs urgent action. So when will the Minister get to work sorting this mess out? People in East Hull desperately need to access services, and at the moment they're not available.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the honourable member, and my honourable friend and I, who actually has responsibility for the mental health element of the portfolio, are working hand in glove, because often it's that dual toxicity of both addiction, be it with substance abuse or with alcohol, and mental health that actually drives many of the health inequalities through. So we are targeting it, and we are working together in order to drive access and make sure that we drive down on these health inequalities.
Tracy Crouch.
Speaker, many people with severe conditions such as agoraphobia face inequalities in terms of access to life-saving services such as cervical smear tests. What is my honourable friend doing to ensure that these services could be administered outside a clinical setting, thus reducing health inequalities for those who, for whatever reason, are housebound?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No woman should be denied access to vital screening. I believe my right honourable friend is referring to a particular matter in her constituency where it's been very difficult for somebody to access screening. I would be happy to meet with her and see how we can work through this. We are actually working on the area of cervical screening on a home kit, which should help in time, but nobody should be denied. We are committed to improving access for all women, and I'll be happy to meet with her to see what we can do.
Gibson.
13, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister has not received any recent representations. However, as we know, Baroness Cumberledge is leading the Independent Medicines and Medical Devices Safety Review, which includes an examination of what happened in the case of Primados. Her review has had lengthy engagements with people who have been affected.
Mr. Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister is aware, the hormone pregnancy drug test Primados was taken by around 1.5 million women in the 60s and 70s, leading to birth defects, miscarriage and stillbirth, and 50 years on, those affected still wait justice. Now, the review into this scandal announced in 2018 was indeed very welcome, but can the Minister confirm that if it is merited, that she is open to establishing a comprehensive public inquiry into this matter following the publication of this review to ensure justice for those affected?
Mr. Speaker, Baroness Cumberledge's review is examining what happened in the case of Primados and will determine what further action is required. Ministers, we will consider any recommendations very carefully. We do not have a date for the publication of the review, but it is going to be very soon. Perhaps we can continue that conversation then.
Toby Perkins. Number 14, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with your permission I will group question 14 with question 19. Winter is the most challenging time of year for our NHS, when cold weather and flu increases place additional pressures on the service. The NHS staff, as ever, have done an amazing job this winter, and the NHS has seen a significant increase in demand, with 1 million more patients attending A&E in 2019, and the December figures compared to 2018 showing a 6.5% increase on attendance at A&E.
Perkins.
I don't know if the Minister's aware, but we have a winter every year. We've had one for the last 71 years, and yet these are the worst A&E waiting times in history, and they're the culmination of the policies that his party have followed for the last 9 years. The cuts in social care,
the number of GPs driven out of the practice, the failure this government's had on health prevention. All of this has led us to the worst A&E waiting times in history. And the Minister's answer doesn't start to look at the failure, that he has delivered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as I pointed out to the honourable gentleman, he may not have heard, demand this winter has significantly increased in A&E. He asked about GPs. He, I'm sure, will be fully supportive of our clear commitment for 50 million more GP appointments and 6,000 more GPs. I'm sure he'd also welcome, in his own constituency, the £19 million investment by this government in 2017 in a new urgent treatment centre, which will serve his constituents and is due to start work this summer.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Between winter 2018 and winter 2019, we saw the proportion of A&E attendances in Bradford seen within 4-hour target fall by 7 percentage points, putting patients at risk and overstretching already pressured staff. In October last year, I warned the Minister of these very real dangers at health questions. The Minister refused to meet with me to even discuss this. And can he now answer the question? Why further funding was not made available to stop staff and patients at Bradford Royal Infirmary being put at risk?
Well, I remind the honourable gentleman that Bradford had treated more people in A&E this winter than any previous one, and while he may have omitted to do so, I want to pay tribute and thanks to the staff at Bradford for their work in doing this. We are the party that is investing in our NHS, in our A&Es and in our staff. He should welcome that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's time we shook this government out of its complacency. On his watch, the 4-hour A&E waiting target has never been met, and each month performance is getting worse. No wonder he's putting so much effort into getting rid of it. But we agree with the President of the Royal College of Emergency Medicine, who said that rather than focus on ways to get around the target, we need to get back to the business of delivering it. Does he agree with that?
Well, I'd say to the Shadow Minister, firstly, since 2010, 1.7 million more people are being seen within the 4-hour target than before, and that reflects, which I hope he will acknowledge, the significant increase in demand and number of people going through the system. He talks about the review of standards. That is a clinically led review, and I'm sure he would want to let those clinicians lead that review. We'll see what it reports and we'll consider those recommendations when they come back. But in the meantime, we are getting on with investing in our NHS and improving services.
Go on, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As well as working to protect the public from infectious disease outbreaks, we're working to improve technology and recruit the workforce the NHS needs. Figures just out show that we have record numbers of nurses working in our NHS, up by over 7,800 on the same time last year.
Penny Morden.
Can I acknowledge the good work done by the Minister for Social Care, resulting in a regional breakdown of the Transforming Care programme? It shows where progress is not being made, and that the target of 35% of inpatient beds being closed down will not be met by this March. How will my right honourable friend shut these hellholes down, and will he hold to account commissioners who are still sending people with learning disabilities to them?
Yes, I'm really pleased, Mr. Speaker, that my right honourable friend has driven forward and is holding us to account, and in turn holding the NHS to account for delivery on this vital agenda. It is incredibly important to get right. Now, the numbers of those with learning disabilities and or autism who are in inpatient settings is falling, but it is not falling as fast as I would like. We have a clear commitment in the long-term plan to bring it down by half. As she says, there is a target to bring it down by 35% by the end of March. My honourable friend, the Minister of State, has done a huge amount of work to drive this forward. We will do everything we can to ensure that all of these people get the best support they can in the right setting. They're some of the most vulnerable people in the country, and I welcome her scrutiny.
Daniel Zaghloul.
Mr. Speaker, the West Suffolk Hospital has been in the news for all the wrong reasons. I guess, as members, we all try to keep our fingers on the pulse of our local hospital. But given the West Suffolk constituents are served by, represented by both the Secretary of State and Under Secretary of State, doesn't it show that something's gone fundamentally wrong in the scrutiny and oversight of our NHS? What's gone wrong, and what's he going to do about it?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. No, I wouldn't draw that conclusion about my right honourable friends. What I would say, though, is that I want all staff to feel they can speak up and have the confidence that anything they raise will be taken seriously. That is why I therefore requested on the 17th of January that NHS England and an Improvement commission a rapid and independent review into how the West Suffolk NHS Foundation Trust has handled this issue, and I'm very happy to update members, including himself, when that reports.
Mycroft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, due to ongoing workforce challenges, Northern Lincs and Goole NHS Hospital Trust temporarily transferred all oncology services to Grimsby Hospital. This is not acceptable to local patients, and can I ask the Secretary of State to join me on a visit to Scunthorpe Hospital so that we can discuss this and other issues with local NHS staff?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the concerns raised by my honourable friend about this matter. I understand the changes which have been made for patient safety reasons are temporary, with a review to follow led by the Humber Coast and Vale Cancer Alliance. While we will monitor the results of this review closely, and I will continue to take a close interest in this matter, I know that either I or my right honourable friend will be happy to take her up on her invitation of a visit.
Stephen Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of West Derby, year-on-year reductions in funding of both adults and young people's mental health care means that some of our most vulnerable citizens are falling through the net. Can the government guarantee that adequate funding will be made available to tackle the mental health crisis?
No. Mr. Speaker, there have been year-on-year increases in funding for mental health services, but there's also an increase in demand, and the long-term plan has the largest increase reserved for mental health services, because we want to see mental health and physical health treated on a par.
Jack Brereton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Labour's PFI contract means the Royal Stoke Hospital is paying double the interest on its debt than if it had been funded directly from Treasury, money that should be going to improve patient care. Will my right honourable friend agree to look at how these costs can be mitigated?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend who, along with his two colleagues representing Stoke, have raised this issue in the past, and are right to highlight it. He's absolutely right that Labour's PFI deal has left this trust burdened with debt. My department's PFI Centre of Best Practice supports trusts in ensuring best value, and I will happily ask them to work with him. Yesterday I also committed to meet with him and his colleagues to discuss this matter.
To Rosina Alan-Khan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Throughout the election there were empty promises from the party opposite, and one promise was to tackle the social care system, but there's still no green paper. There are dementia patients that are trapped in hospital due to an inadequate social care system, and yet this government still does nothing. So how many more families have to suffer before this government acts?
The government will deliver on all of our manifesto commitments.
Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. In my constituency, in Maghull, in Formby and in Crosby, the health facilities simply are not fit for purpose. Significant house building will only make matters worse and will make it that much harder for the Secretary of State to deliver on the promises he set out earlier in today's question time. So will he meet with me to discuss how to get the funding in so that we have the state-of-the-art, high-quality facilities my constituents and medical staff need?
Well, I spent much of the latter part of last year travelling around his part of the world and meeting with then candidates, and I'm very happy to meet with him to see how we can use the record levels of capital investment in our NHS, the record levels of funding that he should support to support his constituents as well as everybody else's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tameside Hospital A&E has seen a huge increase in patient numbers, often leading to overcrowding, with patients being assessed and treated in unsuitable areas. The Government have rightly responded by committing to building a new urgent care centre for Tameside. Can the Minister update the House on when construction is due to begin?
We want to begin construction urgently, and this is a project that my honourable friend has been assiduous in promoting, in supporting, has raised with me a number of times, and I look forward to meeting with him in the next week or so to go through the details of when we can see it open.
Anthony Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend will note that the A&E services at Burnley Hospital were closed in 2007 by the then Labour administration. Given our record investment in the NHS and the pressures on the A&E, will he agree to meet with me to talk through the future of Burnley Hospital and the services we can provide locally?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend has already proved himself to be a doughty champion, as with his colleagues for Burnley. The urgent care centre at Burnley Hospital will continue to play an important role in meeting urgent care needs locally, but he's right to highlight the importance more broadly of Burnley as part of the health ecosystem in his area. I'm delighted to agree to meet him.
Meg Hillier.
Mr. Speaker, there are real concerns in East London about the breast cancer screening programme, which is causing big delays and, crucially, meaning that many women are not getting their first screening up until close to their 53rd birthday. Could the Minister meet with me and other concerned East London MPs to make sure that we can actually tackle this to the benefit of our constituents?
Mr. Speaker, I would be delighted to meet with the Right Honourable Lady and also with other East London MPs. The Mike Richards review into screening means that we need to level up and make sure everybody can access that screening.
Dr James Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the month of December, over 2,200 patients waited in excess of 12 hours in the A&E departments in North Wales. What would his response be to the Welsh Government, which has managed the Health Board in special measures for nearly 5 years?
Well, it is. I worry about the delivery of health services to people in Wales. Although it's obviously devolved, I am the UK Health Minister, and he is right to raise this issue on the basis for his constituents. The number of people waiting more than a year in Wales is over 4,000, when in England, despite the much larger population, it's only just over 1,000. The Welsh NHS, frankly, is an advert for why you shouldn't want the Labour Party running your NHS.
Manira Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, a number of women in my constituency have recently been in touch. These are women who are going through the menopause and struggling to access the HRT they really need. I was wondering what assessment the Secretary of State has made of current supplies of HRT and what he's doing to address the shortages.
This is obviously an incredibly important issue, and the shortages come from problems with factories outside of the UK. We've been working hard on it all through the autumn. I am advised that the shortages are starting to mitigate and production is back up and running, but obviously we keep a very close eye on it because I understand how important it is.
David Simmons.
Will my right honourable friend commit to work with me to secure the long-term future of hospice services in any reorganisation of the Mount Vernon Hospital site in my constituency?
Minister.
Yes, we're very committed to hospice services, which is why an additional £25 million went into hospices last year, and we'll certainly be happy to meet with the my honourable friend to discuss the hospices in his area.
Alex Norris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cuts to local government budgets have led to cuts to public health budgets, which have led to cuts to preventative services, which have led to greater demand in A&E and on social care. It's bad for individuals, it's terrible for the health and social care system. Yet this weekend we saw in media reports that there are more cuts coming to local government, especially in poorest communities. Can the Secretary of State assure us that he'll be telling Treasury colleagues and telling colleagues in DCLG that these cuts cannot take place?
I don't need to, Mr. Speaker, because we're clear that there's an increase in the spending power of local authorities and there's an increase in the public health grant.
Last week was Cervical Cancer Prevention Week. Would my right honourable friend join me in commending the work of my constituent Maria Delahan and the charity Joe's Cervical Cancer Trust, which is campaigning to raise awareness about this, and would she say again, underline the government's support for Sir Mike Richards' review of the adult screening programme?
Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to join my right honourable friend in congratulating all the work that goes on by Joe's Trust, who I had the pleasure of meeting only last week. They do fantastic work in raising awareness of vital cervical cancer screening, and he's right, Mike Richards' review, making sure we're screening all the available population in order that we can actually see cervical cancer eliminated for good would be an absolute cheer for all of us. Last week, supporting this year's Smear for Smear campaign is something that I am delighted to support. There is nothing shameful about HPV, and we must bust the myths, because being tested could save your life.
Rosie Dosbill.
Following the desperately upsetting news headlines last week about preventable baby deaths in East Kent, including Harry Richford, aged just 7 days old, whose death was described by the coroner as wholly avoidable, will the Secretary of State join me and Harry's family in calling for a full, transparent public inquiry?
Hear, hear. I thank the Honourable Lady for raising this issue, and also the Honourable Member for Dover, who made an excellent speech last night about this very issue at East Kent. I'd like to reassure the Honourable Lady that the CQC have conducted a further investigation of the whole trust last week and will take enforcement action if necessary. I've asked them to provide a summary report in 14 days. That was on Monday. Also, the Health Service Inspection Board have examined 26 individual maternity cases at the Trust and have already reported on 15. They have also been asked on Monday to complete their work within 14 days and send a summary report to give us further information.
Greg Hans.
Secretary of State will know that my local Labour Party has been running an outrageous campaign that the Parsons Green Walk-in Centre is set to close. The CCG have confirmed that is not the case. The facility is both busy and popular. Will he join me in condemning this latest scare tactic from my local Labour Party about local NHS facilities that are both popular and well used?
Absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. Last year, my right honourable friend campaigned for and secured the long-term future of the Parsons Green Walk-in Centre. That announcement was made, and then the scaremongering carried on, supported by the local Labour Party there and by the member for Hammersmith, who is a disgrace in the way he campaigns, because it worries vulnerable people because they think that things are going to close. And I would just pay tribute to my right honourable friend and send the message far and wide in Parsons Green: their walk-in centre is staying open.
Speaker, can I ask the Secretary of State what screening plans are...
Hold on. I'm sure the Secretary of State would agree. We're trying to get the last few in, and I think we can speed up rather than trying to make the last final point. Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Secretary of State what screening plans are in place to screen those arriving in the UK from China? And can I also ask, has a contingency fund been established to tackle the potential effects of the coronavirus?
Well, of course, it's incredibly important that we have appropriate measures in place for those who return from China, not only those who are returning from outside of Wuhan, but also those, should they return from Wuhan. Those are being put in place, and of course we're making budgets available to ensure that all support necessary is given.
Unfortunately, that's the end. Hopefully next time we might get a few more questions in to help. I'm now going to make a statement. The House will wish to be aware that there will be a statement today after the conclusion of proceedings on the direct payment to farmers, though. I can confirm a time, but it will be before 3:30. I cannot confirm exactly, but it should be before 3:30, and the start of proceedings on the third reading of the bill will serve to give some notice of the likely start time. So hopefully that will be helpful to members. The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Direct Payments to Farmers Legislative Continuity Bill Committee.
Now, order! Eleanor, all yours. Right. Yeah, we then got...
Order! Direct Payments to Farmers Legislative Continuity Bill.
We begin with Clause 1 Stand Part, with which it will be convenient to consider Clauses 2 to 9 Stand Part, Schedule 1 Stand Part, the amendments to Schedule 2 on the selection list and Schedule 2 stand part. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. Mr George Eustace.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. This clause provides the legal basis for the government and devolved administrations to make payments to farmers under the direct payment scheme for 2020. The clause is needed because of the effect of Article 37 of the withdrawal agreement, which results in the EU legislation governing the 2020 Common Agricultural Policy schemes no longer applying in the UK on exit day. Now, this was fully intended as part of extracting the United Kingdom from the European Union's next multi-annual budget cycle, which starts in 2021. And it allows us to take back control of agriculture policy and domestic agricultural funding. The reason that this bill is needed relates to a quirk of the way EU Common Agricultural Policy is funded, in that the Pillar 1 payments, the so-called Basic Payment Scheme payments, are funded from the following year's budget. Unlike the Pillar 2 payments, things like countryside stewardship, which are funded from the budget year in which they apply. I will.
So following from that, are the measures set out in subsection 3 of Clause 1, do they include the HLS regime, or is that part of a separate settlement?
They include the basic payment scheme. It's about direct payments. The scope of this bill is only in regard to direct payments, and that includes the annual area payments that most farmers would receive. As I said, because we are not contributing to the next multi-annual financial framework, we have decided that we should fund this year ourselves to provide farmers with continuity. The withdrawal agreement therefore disapplied the direct payments scheme for the UK, and the Withdrawal Agreement Act also applies that and disapplies the direct payment scheme. So in order to pay farmers for this year, we have to put that regulation back in. I will give way.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for giving way. Chelmsford is largely an urban constituency, but when I visited one of my local farms just before Christmas, it was devastating to see that because of the wet weather, they hadn't been able to plant any of their winter wheat. They're doing some fantastic work with new crops, like planting millet, so that we don't need to import that from overseas. Will this bill help to give farmers all across Essex and east of England the certainty they need at this challenging time?
It will absolutely give them that certainty, in that this bill is essential for us to be able to give farmers their direct payments, those area-based payments, in December. And without this direct payment regulation coming across into UK law, we would be unable to do that. And so all Clause 1 does. I will.
And would the Minister confirm that as we move on to the new policy, there will be emphasis on growing more food at home for import substitution, so that these general monies can then lead on to monies that actually help us build a bigger domestic food industry?
George Eustace.
Well, my right honourable friend will be aware that we have presented the Agriculture Bill, a separate bill for its first reading, that sets out all of the powers that we would need to reform agriculture policy. So in the first instance, these direct payment regulations bring the existing CAP into UK law, onto the UK statute book. There are powers in the future Agriculture Bill to modify these regulations, to remove some of the rough edges, to simplify them, and also powers in that bill to strike a very different course for our agriculture, based on payment for public goods, but also provision to offer grants to farmers in order to invest in new technology to improve their profitability or add value to their produce. And the bill also recognises the vital importance of our food security and commits the government to do that and review that every 5 years. That, however, Madam Chairman, is obviously a matter that we will debate in the coming weeks and months, and I want to return to this particular bill. I will give.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Our honourable friend for Chelmsford has mentioned the need for certainty in her arable sector. We have a strong arable sector in North Dorset, but would you agree with me that the certainty that this bill provides to our farmers is of particular importance to those involved in both the dairy and in the beef sector, both of which are incredibly strong sectors in North Dorset?
I very much agree with my honourable friend, and this bill will give certainty and clarity for this particular year for all farmers who currently claim BPS claim and have done for some years. That will include, of course, dairy farmers and beef farmers. And beef farmers in particular have just been through a rather difficult year with beef prices suppressed, and it will be very much welcome to them to have the knowledge and clarity that there will be absolute continuity for this year with payments being made later. I will give way
to the Minister for being so generous. His own department's figures recognise that 85% of livestock farm incomes comes through basic payments. So, of course, the 12-month stay of execution, if you like, is something which will be welcomed by many of my farmers. However, the danger is from January next year, he is planning to phase out BPS starting next January with no certainty of a replacement until 2028. Does he not worry that we will lose many livestock farmers during that 7-year transition, and he should therefore delay the phasing out of BPS?
Well, it's important to recognise that a significant proportion of sheep farmers in particular already do not receive the basic payment scheme payment, the area payment, because they're on contract farm agreements and the landlord receives that money. Nevertheless, he makes an important point, which is as we strike a new course, which I think has support across the House for the principle of investing in public goods, but as we strike that course, obviously, we need to do so sensitively and need to ensure that agriculture remains profitable. We want a vibrant, profitable agricultural industry. That is why the future agriculture bill also makes provision for payments to improve productivity, and it's why it sets quite a long transition period of 7 years to gradually phase out the old legacy scheme. But the honourable gentleman will be reassured that I'll just finish last week, reassured that this particular bill before us makes no changes at all for the coming year. Farmers in his constituency can rest assured that once this bill is passed, the BPS scheme will operate, the direct payment scheme will operate for this year in exactly the way it has in previous years.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. Would he agree with me that there's a balance to be struck between incentivising productivity but also rewarding farmers for their role in looking after our countryside and indeed the hedges, the copses, the spinneys that make England and indeed Scotland and Northern Ireland and Wales so unique in its character and its countryside and so different from some of the intensive agricultural operations that we see in Europe and beyond. If we are to remain competitive and our land is to be productive and profitable, we need to find a system that balances those priorities about protecting what we love about our countryside, but also recognising the wonderful contribution to our agricultural economics that our farmers make.
Yes, my honourable friend makes a very important point. It is all about striking the right balance. And the premise really behind the direction on future agriculture policy is really this. Rather than try to put on a sticking plaster that masks poor profitability in agriculture at the moment, what we ought to do is to have a coherent policy that rewards farmers properly for the work they do to improve the environment, create new habitats and so forth, but also basically gives them the ability to become more profitable by investing in new equipment, adding value to their product, improving transparency in the supply chain. That is our approach to tackle the causes of poor profitability, not to mask it with an arbitrary area-based subsidy. I will give it.
My honourable friend, thank you, David. My honourable friend is being characteristically generous. I hope he will agree with me, and I'm going to say probably most people in this House, that as important as this bill is, and indeed the agriculture bill to which he's already referenced, it will be of nothing if we do not have some form of equivalence clause in terms of food imports in order to ensure standards of both animal welfare and public health. Because without that, all of the good intention of the Minister, this bill and the future agriculture bill will come to nothing if we suddenly find ourselves swamped by cheaper imports which make all of those countryside issues referenced by our honourable friend the member for Milton Keynes absolutely irrelevant.
Well, my honourable friend does make an important point. Obviously, that's not a matter for this particular bill, but it was a matter for our party's manifesto. We have a very clear commitment to maintain standards as we approach new trade deals and to ensure that we don't water down our standards or undermine our own producers. Madam Chair, I may return now to the particular clause before us. I will give way.
I thank the Minister very much for giving way. And going back to the bill itself, the Minister talks very much about the fact that it will be complete continuity of the basic farm payment for this coming year. So does that mean it includes the3-crop rule and all the regulation that goes through the present system? Because I think farmers will need to know, they've got used to the system, and so has the Rural Payments Agency. But we need to know, is it going to be exactly the same, or are there going to be some changes?
Well, my honourable friend makes an important point, and I was going to come on to that as I describe some of the regulations that are being brought across by this bill. It will be exactly the same, including the so-called 3-crop rule, the crop diversification rule, including the requirement for environmental focus areas, including all of the scheme deadlines for getting forms in, the penalty matrix, many things that I'm not a huge fan of and have been critical of in the past. However, we've taken a decision that charting a different course is a matter for the agriculture bill. This bill is a short bill that is about providing immediate continuity and legal certainty for farmers that they will get their payment in exactly the way they're used to for this year and this year only, and then we will set out a different approach and a different course. I will give you.
Can you just remind the House, how are we avoiding having to pay twice in the implementation period, both sending money to Brussels and paying direct?
As my right honourable friend will be aware, under the financial settlement that was in the withdrawal agreement, we did not make a contribution to the next multi-annual financial framework. So the UK is not contributing to the EU budget from 2021 onwards, and is therefore not contributing to the budget that would fund this current year of BPS. We will fund it domestically, and that is why the direct payments regulation must be brought on to a UK regulatory footing.
Generous in. Can I take him a little further? Because there is an argument for many years that we've actually contributed as a UK much more towards the Common Agricultural Policy than what we've received from the Common Agricultural Policy. So, can he assure me that we're not making these payments, we should actually be saving some money for the Exchequer?
Very good.
Well, my honourable friend will remember the debate that took place, obviously, in 2016. It is the case that the UK has typically received back roughly half of what it put into the EU budget, and so it is the case that our contribution to the Common Agricultural Policy, on average, has been double what we've received back from it historically. I will.
Just further to the intervention of my right honourable friend, the member for Woking, just to absolutely understand this, I think what the question was is, in this transition year, we effectively pay as if we were members, but we're also funding domestically this farming payment from this bill. Is it netted off, or are we in effect paying more for this year overall? Does that make sense?
Well, it is complicated as ever with the Common Agricultural Policy, but I tried to explain this point in my opening remarks. It is a quirk of the way that the EU budget works. So the Pillar 1 payment, the BPS payment, those area payments, they borrow the money from the next year. So because the payments are made typically from December onwards, the money comes out of the 2021 budget. For the Pillar 2 payments, it comes out of the 2020 budget, the year in which it's spent. So put simply, we have not contributed to the 2020 CAP budget because it's borrowed from 2021. And I know that's complicated, but in essence, we are not paying twice. It's simply a quirk of the way these budgets. I will give it, yes.
On that point, would the Minister agree with me? Am I right in saying that it's the Welsh Government that takes 15% of the direct payment away from farmers and transfers it into Pillar 2, and that's the most any government across the European Union can take.
Yes, my honourable friend is right. Under the existing Common Agricultural Policy, there is a provision for something called modulation, where Member States are able to transfer a chunk of money from Pillar 1 to Pillar 2. Wales currently transfers 15%, modulates by 15% from Pillar 1 to the Pillar 2 budget. England modulates at the rate of 12.5%, and Scotland and Northern Ireland, I think, modulate considerably less, but still a little bit. So there is a provision for that. That provision does come across through this regulation, and this bill before us today brings that regulation onto a UK statute. So, Madam Chair, without this clause, both the government nor the devolved administrations would be able to continue to operate the 2020 direct payment schemes, and I think this would severely affect the agricultural industry, threatening the financial viability of agricultural producers who've planned on the basis of continuity of payments for this year. The Direct Payments Basic Act and the Implementing and Delegated Acts will become domestic law on exit day as opposed to the end of the implementation. I will give way.
Climate change is a threat that we must all take action to tackle. It's something that my constituents in Stroud and my farmers care deeply about. Does my right honourable friend agree that the agricultural bill and these coming changes provide us with a great opportunity to encourage greener practices in the world of agriculture?
Minister.
Yes, my honourable friend makes a very important point. As we adopt a new course on agriculture policy in the future, one of the key objectives set out in the agriculture bill recently published was a climate change objective, and it is absolutely the case that we should be supporting farmers to farm more sustainably, to reduce their emissions of greenhouse gases, and that will be a matter for future policy. Of course, this particular bill before us today doesn't envisage radical change from what's gone before. There are some provisions, the so-called greening provisions, that are brought across by this bill that have potentially a modest impact on our carbon emissions and climate change, but addressing this issue properly will be a matter for future policy. Now, I want to go through some of the key regulations that we are talking about here, Madam Chairman. First of all, in Clause 1, subsection 3, it sets out the regulations covered, and that's first of all the direct payment regulation, apart from Article 13. And if I can explain the reason for that, is that Article 13 of the direct payment regulation is still there in retained EU law because the withdrawal agreement bill brought that particular element of this across, so we don't need to bring it across a second time. And that is because we needed that state aid provision because the withdrawal agreement committed us to an equivalent approach to the EU for this year. And so the state aid provision was brought across through the withdrawal agreement bill, need not be brought across again. There is then the Commission delegated regulation, EU number 639/2014, which supplements the direct payment regulation. There's the Commission implementing regulation, number 641/2014, which lays down rules for the application of the direct payments regulation. Insofar as relating to cap direct payment schemes, it also brings... I will give way.
Pertaining to the amount of payment that our farmers receive in Beaconsfield, for example, we're very keen to still receive these payments, and the Minister is right to bring forward this bill. But what my question is many of my farmers would like to increase their productivity, and they would like to be able to produce more, and they're restricted currently with the cap. So what is the Minister going to be doing, or does this bill deal with that, of allowing farmers to increase their productivity? For example, I have a chicken farmer that would like to increase their amount of chickens and eggs they produce, but they're restricted because of the Common Agricultural Policy and their payments. So is there anything in this bill that would allow them to increase productivity moving out of the EU?
Minister.
Well, if my honourable friend were to write to me with specific issues around the producer, the chicken producer she mentions, I'm happy to look at it. As a general rule, poultry producers tend not to qualify for the basic payment scheme because it's an area-based scheme. Of course, they could be a mixed enterprise where they have a poultry unit and also some land on which they claim the BPS. And there are also some domestic environmental regulations and a licensing scheme that the Environment Agency runs that would affect certain establishments in the poultry sector. But this particular bill brings across the existing legislation exactly as it is and doesn't envisage really any change at all, or in fact no change at all. The only change there might be is that with the absence of EU auditors, since this is no longer an EU budget, then the risk aversion, which is a feature of Whitehall, where you have perpetual legal jeopardy, the constant threat of infraction, the constant threat of disallowance risks and arbitrary fines slapped on by EU auditors. The absence of that means that we may be able to have a margin of appreciation in the way we interpret some of these regulations so that we can, for instance, maybe send farmers a warning letter rather than stinging them with a fine, as we are required to at the moment under EU law. I will.
I'm very grateful to the Minister. It is very welcome to us in Cheltenham that in future the Government plans to use state support to promote biodiversity on farms to a far greater extent than is permissible under the CAP. But can the Minister give an indication of how we can expect our landscape to change as a result of these very welcome changes to policy?
Well, the Future Agriculture Bill, obviously, which is a matter for a future discussion, but that does envisage in Clause 1 that we would be supporting, for instance, measures to reduce climate change, carbon emissions, carbon sequestration. So we have a commitment to establish new woodland, additional woodland areas. There will, in some areas, I suspect, be some land use change. And we also want to use our future policy to support a more sustainable approach to farming, getting more farmers, for instance, involved in catchment-sensitive farming schemes, integrated pest management, better soil husbandry, better stewardship of our hedgerows, for instance. All of these issues will have an impact on our environment and the biodiversity within it. But, Madam Chair, I wanted to continue with... I will give way.
Hugely grateful to the Minister. A moment or so ago he was talking about the lighter touch in terms of moving to a warning letter rather than fines, and many farmers will be breathing a huge sigh of relief. What scope does he see within this bill of building on the trend of performance improvement which we've started to see from the RPA, but where there is still some headroom for further improvements, therefore hopefully further de-stressing the art of performing agriculture in this country?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend makes an important point, and it links to something I said earlier about the removal of the perpetual legal jeopardy that Whitehall has been subjected to while we've been an EU member. And the issue that we have, particularly in the Common Agricultural Policy, is that there is a system of fines called disallowance risk. And the UK typically pays around £100 million a year in those disallowance risk fines, and they are often for very, very trivial errors. Supposed lack of accuracy on maps, requirement that we map fields to 4 decimal points of accuracy, issues around the way particular things are recorded. Even though they may be recorded, but they might not be recorded in the form that the EU auditors required. And some of these EU audits retrospectively make things up, so you never know how an auditor is going to interpret the regulations in front of you, and that means that officials who work very hard in DEFRA to make sense of these complex regulations will often take a view and have legal advice and interpret a regulation in a particular way. Subsequently, auditors will come along and have a different view, and then that creates a disallowance risk. And it's a very, very difficult situation. It's a constant sense of legal jeopardy, and that leads to risk aversion and people being very, very cautious and being quite draconian sometimes in the way they deal with farmers. And it's been a constant problem of the existing scheme.
I'm grateful. As a former PPS to my honourable friend, he'll know I'm pretty forensic on these matters. I'm grateful to him for his indulgence. What plans has he got, and our right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, for communicating, monitoring and embedding that change of culture within the RPA? They will have been, I don't say this to be rude to the RPA, they will have been trained in a certain way of doing things, and rather like people who've been held prisoner for 40 years, have no idea how to deal with their freedom once they're released. How is he going to ensure that that lighter touch, which is now available as a result of this domestic legislation, is communicated to all levels of the RPA, so that from as soon as possible, day one, farmers will feel that and feel the benefit of it? Because a legislative change, if not implemented by the practitioners, is no change at all.
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend makes an important point. I think all of us, whether officials in Whitehall or members in this House, indeed generally as a country, we have to get used to our freedom and get used to enjoying our freedom and develop the confidence to exercise judgment in all fields as we leave the European Union and become a genuinely self-governing country again, which is what we will do. And I have already had a meeting with the Chief Executive of the Rural Payments Agency. They've made considerable progress over the last 18 months in improving their performance. But I have tasked him with looking at any changes in process that could be adapted or removed or changed that would make the application of this scheme year itself easier once we have removed the constant threat and the legal jeopardy caused by EU auditors. So there is a piece of work that's doing it. I will give way.
I just wanted to say well done to the Minister. It's really uplifting that there's something positive and we can save some money.
Minister.
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for that comment. He and I have had a similar view about pan-European legislation for some time, and obviously there are many opportunities as we leave. Madam Chair, I will give way.
Many upland sheep farmers, and particularly in my constituency in North West Durham, will welcome not only the year and the confidence that can give them for their payments, but also the less draconian approach which the government seems intent on taking. Can he reassure farmers in my constituency further that with the agriculture bill coming forwards in the future, that there will be a phased approach so that they can take time to get used to any new measures in place?
Minister.
Yes, my honourable friend makes a very important point. This particular bill simply brings across the existing schemes, including, as I've pointed out, all of the so-called greening rules, including all of the cross-compliance rules and so on. There's a small margin of appreciation here that we can apply to interpret these in a sensible and proportionate way, which we've not been free to do to date. However, in future, with agriculture policy, we absolutely recognise the importance of a gradual transition. That is why the future policy envisages a 7-year transition with a gradual phasing down of the basic payment scheme, and with support through the new policy to ensure that farmers will have a prosperous and profitable future. I will give it.
Thank you very much. Now we're getting rid of the cosh of the legal threat over our hard-working farming community, including in Rother Valley. Can we take this as an opportunity to help educate and upskill our farming community about the importance of biodiversity and increase the flora and fauna in our beautiful areas? I know the farming community in Rother Valley already know this, but what help and other aspects can they have now to actually encourage this?
Minister.
Well, there are a number of important schemes. There's the Farm Advisory Service that is government funded. There's the campaign for various campaigns for wildlife, which also support farmers to farm in a more environmentally sensitive way. But the future agriculture policy does envisage that we will provide advice and support to farmers, direct on-farm advice about what might actually work on their particular holding with their particular soil and landscape and topography. So it's an exciting future, and having the right technical advice will be an important part of it. He makes a good point.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way, and he'll of course have seen the Scottish Affairs Committee report on agriculture in Scotland, and one of the key recommendations in that was when he's considering the overall envelope in terms of funding across the United Kingdom, a recommendation was that we support less favoured areas and the funding follows the quality of the land. He wasn't particularly enthusiastic about that proposal suggestion. I wonder if he's maybe changed his mind, and if not that, how would he see the central tenet of distribution of funding across the UK based on what?
Minister.
Well, obviously we will work with the devolved administrations on future funding. This bill, in later clauses, so I won't dwell on it now, does deal with some recommendations on allocation of funding for this year, pertinent to the conclusions of the View Review, which we'll come on to. But more generally, future policy envisages payment for public goods, but it also envisages a long transition towards that. So we have given a commitment to keep the agricultural budget the same, at least for this Parliament. That is, well, within the UK, yes, there will be some discussions on allocation, but I think it is the case that every component of the UK is likely to adopt a transition period where they would want to, at least for a period, keep something akin to the current system as they move to a new one. And funding settlement is an issue for a future day and a future discussion. It's not something that is covered by this particular bill, which covers this year only. I will.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. And you talked about the public goods. And as a veterinary surgeon, I'm very proud to say that in the UK and in Penrith and the Border and in Cumbria, across the UK, we have the highest standards of animal welfare and farming. And does he agree with me that we really do need to articulate that going forward, that those standards will not be watered down? And actually, in terms of the opportunities going forward with these bills, that actually there is the opportunity for the UK to become a beacon to the rest of the world, and we will be able to raise animal welfare standards in our future trading partners.
Minister.
Yes, my honourable friend makes a very important point, and as I've said, we have a manifesto commitment to protect our animal welfare and food standards through any future trade deals. It is also the case that future policy envisage us being able to make payments to farmers, for instance, who enter into a high welfare or high animal health scheme, and we think there's an exciting opportunity here to support high health and welfare schemes that can, for instance, reduce our reliance on antibiotics as well, and that is identified as a very clear public good for future policy. However, Madam Chairman, I am now going to return to Clause 1. I know there have been many interventions on this. I've taken them because we have in this particular clause, it is the meat, in fact, of the bill in that it brings across all of the regulations. And so I will spend...
For the sake of clarity, and because we have new members present who might be concerned about whether they're sticking to the rules, the Minister, of course, is absolutely right to, in addressing Clause 1, to address all the other aspects of the bill at the same time, because we have, on this occasion, grouped all of the clauses and amendments together. And so the Minister is perfectly in order, and any member may, at this point, refer to any aspect of the bill that they wish to raise. Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. So, to continue with the regulations that are covered, it also covers the horizontal regulation, which is the regulation that governs the way paying agencies should operate. Commission Delegated Regulation number 907/2014, which supplements the horizontal regulation with regard to paying agencies and other bodies, financial management, clearance of accounts, securities and use of the euro. Commission Implementing Regulation EU 908/2014, which lays down the rules for the application of the horizontal regulation with regard to paying agencies and other bodies, financial management, clearance of accounts, rules on checks, securities and transparency. It includes Commission Implementing Regulation number 809/2014, which lays down rules for the application of the horizontal regulation with regard to the so-called IAC system, the Integrated Administration and Control System, rural development measures and cross-compliance, and Commission Delegated Regulation number 640/2014, which also supplements the horizontal regulation with regard to the IACS control system and for refusal or withdrawal of payments and administrative penalties applicable to direct payments, rural development support and cross-compliance. Now, Madam Chairman, I don't wish to... I will give way. Yes.
Would my right honourable friend agree that it really does show how this government is leading the fight on climate change, but also protecting our precious farming community? Because not only is this bill safeguarding our payments for the next year, but the whole thrust of the agriculture bill is to allow our farmers to farm in a sustainable, environmentally friendly way that rewards them for protecting and helping our environment. And that really has to be applauded.
Minister.
Yes, I think my honourable friend makes a very important point, and that is why we have set a very different course with our future agricultural policy, though it is based on payment for public goods, and that we support farmers and properly reward them for the work that they do for the environment. Now, I will.
Farming in South Suffolk is pretty generally fairly horizontal, so I welcome these regulations. Fairly flat, but just on a key technical question, as I understand it, all of those regulations, the top level award of payment, the agreement of payment at EU level, is in euros, but of course the allocation for the payment in UK law is in pounds sterling. Is there therefore any currency risk through the year to the payments that will ultimately be received by our farmers?
There is no currency risk in this year for British farmers because the total size of the budget has already been set by the Treasury, and it's been set at the same level as last year. Now, we have to go through, under these regulations, the formal process of setting exactly what that payment rate is. But having guaranteed the budget and guaranteed that the payment system will be the same, farmers have got a high degree of confidence that their payment will be the same, barring any minuscule changes as it was last year. And he puts his finger on an important problem that there was with the Common Agricultural Policy, and that is that it introduced an entirely unnecessary exchange rate risk for our farmers, in that money was sent to the European Union in pounds and was then denominated in sterling at a fixed point in time, typically in September each year. And that meant that if the pound had had a good year and had rallied against the euro, farmers found that they would have a lower payment. Sometimes when the pound fell, as it did after the 2016 referendum, farmers had a early Brexit dividend and had a higher payment than they might otherwise have expected. But it does introduce an unnecessary exchange rate risk. That risk has now gone. The budget is set for this year. Now, Madam Chairman, I don't want to bore people too much with these regulations. I have listed them all in detail, and there is a reason for that, and that is, of course, in the European Union, particularly in regard to the CAP, there are really three types of regulation. We have the basic regulation, where the Council of Ministers have quite a bit of involvement in shaping those, and through working groups, member states have a vote on those. There are then delegated acts or delegated regulations, where there's far less involvement for the member states, and they have collectively have a kind of veto power but less of an amending role. And then there are the implementing acts or implementing regulations which the Commission pretty much just make up without any involvement, particularly from member states at all. Now, that said, I'm conscious that members of this House will never have debated any of these regulations. Ministers will have been aware of debates and discussions taking place in working groups as the basic regulation was formed. Ministers will have had submissions letting them know that something alarming had been handed down in an implementing act, but we couldn't do anything about it. And obviously in future, as we make regulations, the scrutiny of this House will be brought to bear, and members of this House will be able to engage in every bit of detail of future agriculture policy and provide that scrutiny. But the regulations that I read out may seem like a list of rather meaningless numbers, but for honourable members who are interested what collectively they mean in terms of what the farmer is required to do. The Rural Payments Agency does annually publish something called the Basic Payment Scheme Rules. And for instance, to give a flavour to honourable members, The 2019 rules sets out the key dates that farmers must have regard for that scheme year. It includes, for instance, and this is all borne out of the regulations that are being brought across today, it sets the 1st of January as the official start of the year. From the 1st of January to the 30th of June, that is regarded as the EFA period for fallow land, and that is a period in which land must be fallow if farmers want to claim it. There is then a deadline of the 13th of March is when the window opens and when farmers can start sending their application in. They then have from the 1st of May to the 30th of June the so-called three-crop rule and EFA period kicks in when it comes to nitrogen fixing crops. So in that period between the 1st of May and the 30th of June, farmers have to demonstrate that in that window and that window only, they have 3 crops on their farm. There is then another rule that says one of those crops can be fallow land, but the qualifying period for that type of fallow land is different to the type of fallow land for the EFA period. There is then a deadline of the 15th of May for farmers to get their BPS application form in. They are then given a couple of weeks' grace where they can make changes having got their application form in, and they have till the 31st of May to do that. And there is then a late application deadline where farmers are effectively given 21 days where they will lose typically 1% of their payment every day if they are late getting that application in. I will, yes.
Thank you. Will my right honourable friend tell us a little bit more about the provisions in the law to make amendments and corrections later on as we've left the EU and how that will work to make sure that this is an operable bill that can keep being implemented?
Minister.
My honourable friend makes an important point, and there are 2 things that I would say. First of all, this particular bill does have provision set out in clause 3, which I was going to come on to. But I think, Madam Deputy, if I take you want to address all clauses simultaneously. Yes. Clause 3 of this bill deals with that in respect of the 2020 year, in that it gives us powers akin to those that were in the EU Withdrawal Act to make particular modifications and particular changes, simply to make this body of law operable. So, for instance, it enables us to substitute the words European Commission with UK Minister or indeed with devolved administration Minister. So it gives us the power to bring through subsequent SIs to make this body of law operable. More broadly, for future policy, the Agriculture Bill itself has a power to modify policy. So this bill doesn't modify policy, but it gives us the power to make operable changes, rather akin to those that were in the EU Withdrawal Act.
I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity just to learn the lessons from our involvement in the Common Agricultural Policy over the years, and I think it's important that we take time to consider some of the things that have gone wrong with the Common Agricultural Policy, and on the point of implementing future changes to regulation, recognise that, for example, the set-aside rule, which those of us that were in farming in those days know and loved, would sometimes be the difference between profit and loss for a farm. So, to put that bluntly, the difference between whether the farm was viable or whether it wasn't was what the EU paid you not to grow anything. So we need to learn those lessons when we get that balance between productivity in our land, but a viable economic, agricultural and rural sector. How do we take that forward into our future legislation? I'm heartened to hear that we keep that option in this Act.
Minister.
Well, I think that we do have to learn the lessons of the Common Agricultural Policy, and it is, in my experience, having dealt with it for some 7 years in total, something of a bureaucratic quagmire, and very difficult to navigate. And what you tend to find is that the more rules you invent, the more rules you need to make sense of the ones you've got, and that is why we end up with all sorts of complexity set out as it is in this 127-page document of guidance and rules for farmers. And so the real lesson is that whatever we do in future, should be less rules-based and more based on delivering outcomes. And also should be tailored to the needs of an individual farm. And also, when it comes to poor profitability on some farms, we should try to tackle the causes of that poor profitability by helping farmers invest, helping improve fairness in the supply chain, not through an arbitrary area-based payment. And that is the direction of travel that we have set out.
I thank very much for giving way on that point. Would he agree with me that those who smallhold, such as myself, are often overwhelmed by the body of rules and end up not claiming money that they rightfully should? And has this been a problem historically? And are there any records which show how many people are covered by this?
Minister.
Well, every month I have to deal with appeals that farmers have lodged on decisions made against them on everything from penalties or disqualification for their particular claim year because maybe they were late getting the claim in. And there's a tragedy behind every one of those stories quite often. And the scope for a minister to address that within the boundaries of EU law is often quite limited. And we'll have the chance to address that now going forward. I will give way.
I'm really grateful to the Minister for giving way, and I don't think anybody's going to disagree with him about the need to get rid of overt bureaucracy. But I was in a farmers' breakfast with the Farmers Union of Wales on Friday, and the big concern that my farmers have is that they're going to lose access to their biggest export markets. Over 90% of Welsh lamb and beef goes into the European single market. What assurances can he give that access to that market will remain unfettered following the completion of the negotiations?
Yes, I think the honourable gentleman makes an important point. A number of others have raised it about the importance of trade. That can be about protecting our standards in respect of trade deals we do, but also, of course, access to the European market, which is particularly important for some sectors, notably the sheep sector. That is why the political declaration that was agreed as part of the withdrawal agreement, effectively a heads of terms, sets out the ambition to move to zero tariffs on all goods. And that is the approach that we will be taking as outlined in that political declaration, but it's not dealt with by this particular bill. But I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I know I'm pushing the boundaries slightly here, Madam Chair, but was he concerned at all by the comments of the Chancellor of the Exchequer about a week ago when he said there would be no alignment with European standards? But if that's the case, there will be no access to the markets, will there?
Well, the political declaration was very clear, and it's implicit in the withdrawal agreement that we've now put in place that there will be no alignment with EU law, but certainly what we are seeking agreement on is recognition of equivalence, understandings based on equivalence. So it is understood that yes, there could be some border checks, there could be some additional paperwork, since we will not be aligning with EU law. And I think that is right. So I wasn't alarmed by what the Chancellor said. I wasn't surprised by it, since it's been in our manifesto and was also in the political declaration, and I fully support that approach. I will give.
I'm grateful. A moment or so ago, my honourable friend was setting out effectively the timetable for applying for the new basic payment. Could he set out, for the benefit of the committee, in a little further detail, when farmers would expect to receive those payments, on the presumption that an application has been legitimate and cleared all the hurdles that it needs to do in order to secure that payment? Are we just going to mirror what exists at the moment, or are we going to create something different there?
Minister.
Well, for this year, for the 2020 year, the payment window will be exactly the same as in previous years. The payment window opens on the 1st of December. And in fact, last year, the 2019 year, we paid around 95% of farmers by Christmas, by the end of December. And I think the latest intelligence I have is that we are now up to around 97% of farmers paid. So the vast majority of farmers, well over 90%, probably more like 95%, can expect to be paid in December 2020. I will give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. On that point, I have a farmer in my constituency who is still waiting for his basic payment from last year. Rural Payments Wales is in a mess over a degree of payment. Is there going to be any opportunity, either in this bill or in the forthcoming agriculture bill, to include a measure for compensation when farmers are delayed by Rural Payments Wales or the Rural Payments Agency?
Minister.
Well, that is a matter for the Welsh Government. I know the RPA in the past has had its issues. All paying agencies in all parts of the UK are dealing with an incredibly complex body of law with a complex audit structure around it. As I say, with that being removed, I would anticipate that all parts of the UK would find it easier to get payments out in a timely fashion by the end of this year. Madam Chairman, I want to briefly just touch on some of the other types of rules that are covered by this body of regulation. It sets out all of the eligibility criteria, for instance, for common land and how to apply for that, sets out specific requirements for things like the New Forest, which has a separate type of approach. It also sets out all of the rules on transferring entitlements. There is a feature of EU law that you can only claim on an area of land on which you have also lodged a so-called entitlement attached to that land, and there is a market in that transferable entitlement. It sets out all of the so-called greening rules, which are an addition in the last CAP reform. That includes the crop diversification rules for arable land, which stipulates that you must have at least 3 crops. It includes the environmental focus area, which is the calculation you can apply for hedges that you have to count towards that area. It lists the types of crops that qualify as leguminous crops for the purpose of the EFA rules. It sets out all of the rules on buffer strips, how wide a buffer strip must be when it's alongside a watercourse, whether you're allowed to have arable land or pasture alongside and adjacent to that buffer strip. And the list goes on, and it lists the types of crops that can count towards the 3-crop rule. For instance, it stipulates that a cabbage can be deemed to be the same thing as a cauliflower for the purposes of the 3-crop rule, since they come from the same family. In other cases, it stipulates that certain crops are to be treated as separate. Now, honourable members may well be asking why on earth we will be bringing across regulations of this kind of clunky nature. The answer, as I said at the beginning, is to provide clarity and certainty to farmers for this year only. The Common Agricultural Policy, as currently designed, is a bureaucratic quagmire. We do have no intention of retaining it for the long term, but we recognise that evolving from the system we've got to the one we want to get to will take some years, and in this particular year we are proposing no change at all. Now, moving on, Madam Speaker, I will.
I'm very grateful to the Minister, and I appreciate the information and insight, albeit slightly high level, about how we proceed from this bill forward into a future relationship between government and the agricultural sector. How will he detail the relationship between government and the devolved administrations and the industry, and how can they look forward to that two-way communication whereby they can have confidence that the government fully understands the ambitions and pressures within the sector as we develop further legislation?
Well, I can say that for this particular bill, the one before us today, we have received legislative consent motions for every part of the UK, including Scotland. It is universally in the interest of every paying agency to have this bill agreed and on the statute book so they can pay for this year. Future policy will be a matter for the devolved administrations, and I know that the Scottish Government will be charting their own course, setting out their own legislation. I know that the Welsh Government, while seeking some provisions in a schedule to the Agriculture Bill, will also now be predominantly striking their own course and having legislation made in their own Parliament. And so it will be very much an issue for the Scottish Government to work with those Scottish farmers. But of course, we have procedures to coordinate around the UK and to set up frameworks where that's necessary. We do have joint ministerial committees, which I regularly take part in with my opposite numbers in the devolved administrations. Madam, I will give way one more time then.
Just regarding the tribunal, or if there is a disputed claim, are we going to set up a temporary agricultural tribunal or legal system to handle the processing of such claims or disputes, for example, with a buffer strip or with payments or claims that are made if a farmer is deceased and a new member of the family or the farm has to make a new claim? is there going to be a process put in place as a temporary measure to handle the legal framework necessary?
Minister.
Yes, well, my honourable friend makes a very important point, and the short answer is we have an appeals system in place. We have the Independent Agricultural Appeals Panel, which is a panel drawn from agricultural experts, lawyers, land agents, farmers, for example. It's a lay panel, but it does hear complaints and legal objections to penalties coming from farmers. And then once there is a recommendation from that appeals panel, it comes to the relevant minister, that is me, and I've spent 7 years dealing with these appeals, and I can reassure my honourable friend that I leave no stone unturned in ensuring that farmers, when they lodge an appeal, are given a very fair hearing and that the issues they raised are taken into account. I will.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. And just on the matter of disputes, in particular when it comes to future funding allocations between the different governments of the United Kingdom, how does the Minister envision any disputes on that level being resolved?
Minister.
We have, in terms of discussions with the devolved administrations, these are issues that we resolve through the Joint Ministerial Committee. We've got frameworks to do that. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to, sorry, Madam Chairman, I'm not going to take further interventions for the time being, as I do want to address the other clauses before we move on to other speeches. I'm sure they have a great deal to say. Clause 2 basically applies the provisions in the European Union Withdrawal Act to the direct payments legislation. It is simply about interpretation to ensure that our courts, in interpreting this Act, do so in a way that's consistent with the EU Withdrawal Act. Moving on to Clause 3. Clause 3 contains regulation-making powers for the Secretary of State and the devolved administrations in relation to the direct payments legislation that is retained. And the parliamentary procedures that apply are covered in Schedule 2. This is really about the power to make operability changes to correct deficiencies, for instance, to change the words European Commission to the relevant authority in England, and so on. It is simply about making the particular provisions that are brought across operable. I know that there are some amendments in Schedule 2 which I'll address when winding up, because I know the Shadow Minister will want to make his points on those before dealing with them. Clause 4 is concerned with the publication of EU law before it is brought across under this bill, and it ensures that the approach taken under the EU Withdrawal Act 2018 to rules of evidence will apply equally to the legislation we are bringing across. So it basically means that the law as it exists in the European Journal just before exit day is the form of law that is brought across. Finally, Clause 5 is a significant additional clause that I dealt with during second reading of this, and it effectively gives us the power to change the financial ceilings to enable us to implement the recommendations of the Bew Review for the 2020 year. And this will be of particular interest to those in the devolved administrations. The Bew Review recommended that the Scottish Government should receive an uplift in their allocation consistent with what would have been there under the so-called convergence uplift when that calculation was run, a similar but smaller payment for Wales. And the Bew Review also recommended that English farmers and farmers in Northern Ireland should not lose out as a result of the top-up payment made to Scotland and Wales. So I believe that Clause 5 is an important clause for those representing devolved administrations and does give them the financial uplift that some have been calling for some time. And the Bew Review, in our view, addressed the matters that had been talked about for many times around the dispute over allocations. Madam Chairman, at that point I think I will leave it. The other clauses in the bill mainly relate to interpretation, extent and consequential transition provisions and the like. The key issue, as I said, was in Clause 1, which is why I spent so long on that particular clause.
Yeah.
Thank you. Daniel Zeigler.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm sure the whole House is grateful to the Minister for the extended and detailed account he gave of Clause 1. It was a gentle rural ramble, suddenly finished with a sprint. A cynic might imagine that the government had finished drafting its statement on Huawei, but that would only be a very cynical view. We have enjoyed, of course, on this side, the great interest we've seen from government benches this morning. I have to say, listening to some of the comments, I hope that there aren't some misunderstandings. I heard at one point, I think, a suggestion that the CAP was going to be used to pay farmers for not producing anything. Well, of course, that is the whole thrust of this government's policy. So I hope government members will look closely at what it is they're suggesting. Now, we, of course, support this bill, and we support that direction of travel. We support this bill, Madam Chair, because there is a clear funding gap between the ending of direct payments to farmers under the cap and the government's considerably delayed agriculture bill, which will, of course, set out the new system of payments from 2021. And we fully appreciate the need for financial security for farmers in the interim. But we do have a number of continuing concerns about this particular piece of legislation, because we do think it's very rushed to make up for the fact that the government, of course, has lost the last 14 months in delays and wrangling and has reintroduced the agriculture bill just days before we leave the European Union. And unsurprisingly, farmers are anxious, and of course also the urgent environmental action that we need at a time of climate crisis is being delayed. So in this last-minute rush to fill the legislative gap, there have been a number of, in our view, missed opportunities and a number of proposals which, in our view, cut parliamentary corners which are worthy of scrutiny. And our surviving amendments are to challenge the need for ministers to take such direct powers as included in the bill by too often using the negative procedure or made affirmative procedure. And it was a delight to hear the Minister at one point extolling the virtues of full scrutiny. I very much hope he will be able, of course, to transfer that and now support our amendments. Because in Clause 3.1a, the government stipulates the regulations to remedy any deficiencies in EU law being retained in the bill are subject to the made affirmative procedure, and so will be decided and implemented without parliamentary debate, which we think is wrong. And Clause 6.1 is a broad Henry VIII power that would effectively allow the Secretary of State to make any regulations at all they deem appropriate as a consequence of the bill. Very wide approach. And this has been made subject to the negative resolution procedure, which again allows for no parliamentary scrutiny of decisions being made. And this is despite the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee in the Lords having previously said that any Henry VIII power, when changing primary legislation, should be subject to the affirmative resolution procedure to allow proper debate. Now, we appreciate that in both cases swift action might be needed, and we're supportive and will continue to be. We're simply making the argument that the Minister himself made, that there should be the opportunity to scrutinise such further regulations properly, which of course is the legitimate role of this House. Now, referencing Schedule 2, Amendment 8 therefore deals with Clause 3.1a and our Amendment 10 with Clause 6.1 to subject both clauses to the affirmative resolution procedure to allow for that proper debate. And Amendment 9 is linked to Amendments 8 and 10. Now, I'd impress again that these amendments are offered in a constructive spirit. We very much want the new agricultural bill to work to incentivise a whole range of public goods in return for public money. But the urgency of the need for this change in our farm payment system cannot come at the expense of unnecessary power grabs by ministers. I'd also like the opportunity to raise some concerns about Clause 3, because Clause 3.8 Sunset Clause, we do have concerns because we think there's a missed opportunity here to allow greater certainty for farmers. And the key question that we'd ask people to consider is this bill's relationship with the agriculture bill, and whether while we await the passage of the agriculture bill, we are giving farmers sufficient certainty. Now, without prefiguring the discussions around the agriculture bill, we know that it is going to be highly controversial in the sense that we do not see any guarantees from the government that they will guard against imports of food in post-Brexit trade deals that are produced to lower standards than our own. That is a very big debate which many organisations, and of course at the weekend in the letters of the government, this point was made very strongly, a great future of British agriculture depends on that key point of defending standards. This is not likely to be resolved quickly. There's likely to be a protracted issue in any negotiations with the USA, and I think one would have to be a great optimist to assume that that is necessarily resolved in detail by the end of the year. Now, there are also the teething problems that have been raised by the national... Very happy to give way.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He raises what is the nub of the argument in terms of equivalence, in terms of animal welfare, general agricultural standards. Does he take, notwithstanding the fact that it will be a detailed negotiation and probably tricky at times, but does he take from his front bench any comfort at all from the words of the Prime Minister, the Secretary of State, the Minister of State, and indeed other government spokesmen, with regards to the starting point from which they begin, namely there will be equivalence and we're not going to see our markets swamped? I represent a very rural constituency. It's of concern to me. He'll remember that from the earlier agriculture bill. I'm certainly taking great comfort from what the Treasury bench is saying on this issue.
Well, I'm grateful, and I'm sure it is an issue that we will return to over coming weeks and months. All I'd say is that we hear what they say, but the simple way of resolving it would be to put it into legislation in the bill, and I think that is what many people would like to see. The point in this context is it's unlikely, I think we may all agree, that it's not easy, and it may well take time, and it will be difficult, and that is the point I'm making about this bill. Now, alongside that, in terms of potential delays, there are also the teething problems that have been raised by the National Audit Office around the government's planned environmental land management schemes that are terribly important for the future and way in which our rural areas will be supported. Now, add that to the 14-month delay that we've already seen with the Agriculture Bill, and frankly, on this side, we are simply not convinced that everything will be in place for the new farming payment system by the end of the year. Now, we want to see an urgent shift to a payment system that rewards public goods, and environmental protection and welfare standards. But there's a real danger also of continuing uncertainty for farmers who, remember, have to make decisions in just a few months' time about what they're planning to do for the following year. And it's imperative that if we do see delays in the introduction of this new payment systems, there is a continuation mechanism in place in the current bill. Now, the new Agriculture Bill proposes such powers to extend direct payments into the future, so we will doubtless be discussing it at that point. But the fact remains, Madam Chair, that as we stand here today, that bill hasn't even had its second reading yet. What we are starting with is this bill, and we believe it would have been wiser for the government to re-examine that sunset clause in the bill to allow the possibility of extending the provision of direct payments for farmers beyond 2020 in the event of any delays. That would have given confidence and, frankly, perhaps reflects what many of us think is likely to happen anyway at some point in the future. Very happy to give way. Yeah.
Really grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He's making some very important points. This issue of certainty and confidence going forward, we have a certainty, as things stand, that in 12 months' time BPS begins to be phased out. And we have the possibility, by 2028, that we have ELMS, which in principle, he and I probably agree is a good thing, but in practice it does not exist. And the danger is, would he agree, that in that 7-year transition, we lose many of the farmers who we need to deliver those public goods in the end?
I'm grateful. I suspect this is a discussion that will be continued, but he makes a very, very important point. And of course, as I said at second reading, we've replaced certainty in the system with the only certainty being now of uncertainty in the future. And that makes it extremely difficult for people who are planning ahead. Now, Madam Chair, the Government have obviously expressed total confidence that such a further period of direct payments won't be needed. I wonder if in a year's time we'll be having this discussion again. They're absolutely confident there won't be further delays, and frankly we hope they're right. But if they're not, I suspect that we and others will be quick to remind them of the problems that they've caused by failing to prioritise safeguards for such an extension. Now, another missed opportunity in our view is the exclusion of measures providing potential compensation to those farmers who have faced and likely will face delays to their payments. And I couldn't help noticing that the Honourable Lady, the member for Brecon and Radnorshire, very much made this point, and I'm sure she will be happily supporting us when we return to this in future. Now, while the Government has rightly lauded the efforts of the Rural Payments Agency this year to pay farmers on time, I'm afraid we are all well aware of the difficulties and poor performance and delayed payments the Rural Payments Agency has experienced in its management of direct payments to farmers in the past. And of course, it's not only about their past performance, look at what they're facing now. There's a real risk that they may well be diverted by planning ahead for changes next year while we enter this period of uncertainty around our post-Brexit trade negotiations and, of course, the complex provisions of the Agriculture Bill. And the danger is we find payments building up again, or late payments building up again, at precisely a time when farmers are going to most need financial certainty. And we think a sensible response to that threat would have been to make provisions to enable farmers to be compensated if they suffer hardship or financial loss because of a delay in payment under this bill. And I very much hope that moving forward the Government take due consideration of such a compensation mechanism for any such delays.
It gives me great pleasure to call the newly re-elected Chairman of the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Select Committee, Mr Neil Parish.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And could I first of all thank the House very much for reappointing me as Chair of the Select Committee. And as I said in my spiel when wanting to re-elected, my door will always be open to members on all sides of the House. And that wasn't just a ploy to get elected, Madam Chair. It was very much my philosophy. And I would also encourage members to stand for the Select Committee. So can I also direct members to my register of members' interest in this debate? I very much welcome this bill today because the third reading, because I think it is absolutely essential that we have certainty for this coming year, and farmers very much need this. We have had 58% of the profitability of farms comes from the basic payment scheme, and I think in the future we need to try and make sure that not only do we retain payments, but as we look at our trade deals, as we look at our future agricultural production, it would be great if we could see more of our income for farming coming from what farmers are paid for what they produce, rather than just from support payments, much as we welcome them. And can I also thank the Minister for his very frank and open and very detailed breakdown of this bill. And I will take the opportunity, Madam Chair, which you have suggested, that we deal with all the clauses very much together. And can I also thank the Minister very much because over the years he really has fought various cases of hardship on payments very hard. And of course he has very often been stymied by the rules put down by the Common Agricultural Policy. And so I think I probably have interpreted what he has said in the right way, and that is even in this coming year he will have a little bit more flexibility on how he deals with that, because I think it is absolutely essential. I mean, as the Minister spoke, it was interesting for me, who, having sort of made a claim back in the 90s under the Integrated Agricultural Control System, having queued up at Exeter to get the Ordnance Survey maps, having actually seen a complete sort of disaster then, which was then corrected quite quickly the following year. We then built on that system to get it almost right, and then the next Labour government comes in, and so there's changes to the Common Agricultural Policy again, and it goes from direct payments for sheep and cattle and crops, types of crops, to the area payment. And again, there is another huge problem with the system, and delays and delays and more delays. And so I think perhaps the lesson that probably needs to be learned, and when we've taken it on, we've also had our problems as well with it. So I'm not saying it's all down to a Labour government. I think we all have to plead a certain amount of guiltiness in this whole process. process. So I think the plea that I make is very much I welcome this particular bill. I think the lesson we need to learn is, as we go forward to the new system, is that we actually get it right before we implement it, because we seem to sort of implement it and then try and get it right. And I've said this in this House before. The trouble with the present system is the farmers are always guilty until they can prove their innocence. And in this country, in a court of law, we are actually professed to be innocent until we are proven guilty. And so that's why I think, again, I do welcome this, and I think it is a culture change. And the Minister talked about speaking to the head of the Rural Payments Agency, because I think there will need to be a real cultural change in the future, because for all the rights and wrongs of the CAP, this system of fines by Europe, of having to be so draconian in the rules, then we have a chance now to make it more flexible. Actually, for the Rural Payments Agency, I believe, to give more advice in the future to farmers, because they are the policeman, basically, or the police person, perhaps it should be now, but they are policing it. And so it's very difficult for them to actually give advice to farmers when making those payments. So I would like to see that culture change completely, because I think it is necessary.
Would the honourable gentleman give
I certainly will.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Would he agree on the question of these rural payments that a lot of the changes that are needed aren't just cultural, but they're actual they're ministerial. They don't require extra changes in the legislation from what is already provided, and so it gives an opportunity for the Minister, the Department, and indeed members of this House to get things right now over the coming months, because I've got many constituents, as I'm sure he does, who complain about the system very much.
My honourable friend raises a really good point, and I think earlier on, if I again interpret what the Minister said in the correct way, is that he will have that much more flexibility now to be able to look at the individual case and have some discretion. But like I said, I think I'd like to see that written in blood before I'm absolutely certain that it's going to happen, because we have had so many problems over the years, and he will know, not only in his constituency but across the country, we have had these problems. And I think, it's not from the want of the Minister trying to actually get it sorted, so I believe he will, but I think it's something that we need to be very much aware. I also welcome his laying out in the bill that the entitlements for claims and all of these things will be covered from not only from this bill but into the new system, because entitlements for making claims over the years again have always been a major problem, and there's been many people, as the systems have changed, have actually fell out of the various systems of being able to make a claim and then have had to appeal it. Some have been allowed, some have not, and there has been some real hardship in some cases, and so I think this is quite important as we move forward. And one honourable member on our side also made the point on small holdings. It will be interesting to see what do we do in the future, because at the moment we exclude any payment under 5 hectares. Now, if that's an area payment, I can see some logic to that because of the number of claims, but if we're going to move into a more environmental system, then should not perhaps some of these small holders also be entitled to payment? But this is very much, I accept, Madam Chairman, for the next agricultural bill. But I think what this bill does allow is for continuation of payment and actually, hopefully, some flexibility. Now, the Bow report, the recommended changes the way in which the UK CAP funds are distributed among the UK nations following the review that the government increased the amount of direct payments for Scotland and Wales. And I very much welcome the money going to Scotland and Wales, but as an English farmer and representing an English seat, naturally I want to make sure that that goes as extra money and not at the expense of those payments coming to English farmers and Northern Irish farmers, and I think I've had the assurance from the Minister that that is the case.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I certainly will.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I wonder if he would agree with me that my farmers in Brecon and Radnorshire are at somewhat of a disadvantage in that the Welsh Government wants to phase out direct payments much faster than the UK Government. So my farmers who sit on the border between England and Wales will be looking over the hedge at neighbours who enjoy an awful lot more support from their government than they do.
Yeah. I very much welcome the new honourable member to her seat here, and it's great to have her here representing Brecon and Radnorshire. And she makes a very interesting point because, like I said, I actually believe that perhaps we are almost going ourselves too fast in transferring from one payment to another because of the history of not always actually getting it correct in the first place, and so therefore I would actually take a bit more time. So the idea that the Welsh Government is actually going faster, I think, is the wrong way to go, because you've got to actually make sure that the environmental schemes are up and running, that they are delivering from the environment, but they're also delivering cash into the pockets of farmers. And I will just a moment. And I've made this point last week when I said that in the second reading is that it's some farmers, I think, believe that they can replace all the money that comes from the basic farm payment with the new environmental schemes. And they may or may not, perhaps some on permanent pasture ground in upland and grassland maybe, others may not be. And I think, in Wales that'll be piling on the agony if they're not at all careful. I will give way.
Well, I'm very grateful. I obviously congratulate him on his re-election success. But on that point, I very much agree with him that we do need a lengthy transition and a stable period as we move to the new system, because surely the important thing is investment from farmers, because we ultimately need higher productivity. But in order to get to that, they need to have stability in the interim to plan that investment with security about the outcome until the new system is in place.
I welcome the comment from my honourable friend, because he is absolutely right. Because the problem I see in the future, not only with this particular bill but with the future bill, is that we talk much about, quite rightly, about enhancing the environment. But we also talk about the productivity and the profitability of agriculture. And I think we've got to make sure that the two actually knit together. I'm not absolutely convinced that they do at the moment, and I'm sure the Minister and Government will persuade us otherwise. But I absolutely accept what he says, because I think, the farming, farmers will not want to, and in fact, it's not the way forward for them to earn all of their income from environmental payments, and so therefore they need to earn an income from what they produce. And I think that is the important bit, is how do we have a productive agriculture and a more environmentally based agriculture, and how can we incorporate the two. And I'm sure we can, and I know the Minister has many ideas, but like I said, I look forward to that. So I just really wanted to talk also a little bit about in this bill, we've also got, the rural development money that also goes, the RDPE money that goes perhaps sometimes to rural areas, may sometimes go into village halls and all sorts of wider aspects. So I take it that this bill will also cover those sort of payments for the forthcoming year, because I know in my part, in the Blackdown Hills and others, this is very important. I also... the UK Government, also the point that when I raised the question while the Minister was speaking on this issue of our payments to the EU, I don't think I got a complete answer on this one, because while the Minister assured us that we will not be making a double payment, i.e. the payment that we pay to our farmers then won't be also paid to the EU. But the question I asked, and he may be able to actually deal with this in his summing up, is that at the moment we pay more into the Common Agricultural Policy than we receive from it. So therefore, in some degrees, we subsidise agriculture across the whole of the EU. So surely, as we leave this year, we will not be making that payment to them, and so therefore we should be saving money. But I don't know whether we've got the detail of that yet, but I think it is absolutely essential that we do actually make that saving. Like I said, I think again, like I said, going back to Wales and Scotland, I very much welcome the extra money. Like I said, I am very much looking forward to the second reading of the agricultural bill next week. And also, one of the things that hopefully we will be able to do when we can actually get the select committees back and actually running is actually look at real detail about how these new schemes are actually going to work on the ground, how are they going to actually deliver a better environment, better biodiversity, but also allow production and good quality, high animal welfare production, which we very much enjoy in this country across the whole of our 4 nations. And I think that is absolutely essential. And like I said, we've also got to make sure that we, as we roll out the new system, that we take some of the parts, and I think, perhaps 1 or 2 of my honourable friends on this side of the House might throw up their hands in horror at this last statement, but there are some parts to the basic farm payment scheme and some of the parts of the common agricultural policy that have actually worked reasonably well. And so therefore, let's not actually just throw all the babies out with the bathwater. Then let's actually make sure that we take those aspects of what's good about the present system and then enshrine them in the new system, but also make it much more adaptable, much lighter on its feet, change the culture of the Rural Payments Agency and DEFRA, and also, like I said, I think we have good ministers and Secretary of State that will be able to interpret and help farmers actually into this new world, so that in the end we can actually deliver both a better environment, better food production, actually produce more food in this country, not less, and look forward to a bright future. I very much welcome this bill. Thank you.
Deirdre Brock.
Madam Chair. Look, at the risk of repeating myself, I am going to repeat myself, I'm afraid. This bill is only needed as a result of the descent of the Tory party into a Brexit fetish. Now, having to craft emergency legislation to do what was normal and routine until now seems almost a metaphor for the chaos to come. Here we are compensating for a government that failed to plan and seems surprised that the logical consequences of Brexit are coming to pass. Like those Brexit supporters who've been surprised to discover that the loss of freedom of movement will apply, in fact, to them too. Yep. The government seems ill-prepared for a future outside the EU. This bill needs to go through to paper over some of the cracks and allow the business of farming and crofting to go on. No one will be opposing it, and so I will not take up much time in speaking about it. And nor will I do what other members did in the earlier stages and haver on about matters unconnected to the bill. I won't, for example, be talking about how crofters and farmers will be facing massive uncertainty at the autumn markets if there are tariff barriers and trade hurdles with the EU. Nor will I be laying out the succession of broken promises from one UK government after another. I won't be pointing out the problems that agricultural businesses will face in importing fertiliser, animal feed, herbicides, pesticides, machinery and so on. Let all those other things wait their turn in the debates on the maelstrom of Brexit consequences. I may, though, mention the purloined convergence cash from time to time and demand that its return does not simply become a bit of public relations. It should be returned with humility rather than a fanfare. We can hope, I suppose. I do wonder, though, whether ministers have had a chance to consider the questions they were asked and failed to answer last week. Perhaps the minister could have a wee listen, because I'd be very keen to hear his answers. Questions that came from members representing a range of parties and a very wide geographical spread. The Minister of State suggested last week that the issue of possible currency fluctuations had been considered, but he didn't offer an answer to the question posed by the member for Caithness, Sutherland and Easter Ross. Will any drop in the value of sterling see a corresponding uplift in farm payments to take account of the increased costs of the imported products that farmers need? In answer to the member for Carmarthen East and Dinever, asking whether there should be a multi-annual, or whether there would be a multi-annual framework, the Secretary of State said that the details hadn't been worked out yet. Now, surely the basic framework of the scheme is more than the detail. When are we likely to hear details of that? The Secretary of State also said that she had yet to decide on basic payments, and this has been raised by others today. The kind of information that farmers are likely to be desperate to get in order to plan their businesses. When will we see the details or even the outline of them? And more importantly, when will farmers be getting news about how much they are likely to get, or some way to work it out? She also said that the division of monies was yet to be decided, so when will we hear details about the settlement that the devolved administrations will have? While I'm on that subject, Madam Chair, let me get back to the convergence funding, because it is important. That convergence funding was payable to Scotland to even out farm payments, taking the extent of Scotland's less favoured areas into account. Last week, however, the Minister said there will be an uplift in funding for Scotland and Wales to reflect their severely disadvantaged area status, and that the uplift for Scotland and Wales will be paid for with new funds. There will therefore be no loss to the BPS payments for English or Northern Ireland farmers. So that means that there is no levelling of payment, that Scottish farmers are being shortchanged again, and that severe comparative disadvantage that severe comparative disadvantage the Minister referred to remains. So can the Minister give assurances that there will be additional funding coming to Scotland and, of course, going to Wales to address that imbalance? That is, after all, what the convergence funding was supposed to do. We also have the unsettled issue of long-term guarantees. Will Scotland's farmers be able to rely on the cash going to Scotland from the Treasury? Yep. Will the funding keep pace with the inflationary costs that farmers and crofters will be facing? And it really concerned me to hear the Minister's language earlier on future support as the English system moves away from providing support for food producers. Will the funding available for Scotland's food producers be maintained in real terms? Now, it seems clear to me that the proposed scheme for England will be storing up some serious long-term problems in food production without actually delivering on the public goods that the environmental campaigners hope for. Now, that will become clearer as modifications to those public goods are made under Section 50 of the new Agriculture Bill. But the ability to provide subsidies for grass mowers and monoculture forests is already written into the first section of that bill. Now, those will be matters for English politicians and campaigners to debate in the main. As the Shadow Secretary of State said last week, farmers will be asking how it affects them. My concern, though, is for the effect that this may have on Scotland and Scottish food production. So, what guarantees can the ministers offer us today about the security of the future funding of Scottish farms, crofts and food production? This bill will not be opposed, but equally those questions will not go away.
Simon Hall.
Thank you very much, Dame Eleanor, and I welcome this bill, I think, for a number of reasons. First of all, I think it does provide us all with an opportunity in this increasingly urbanised media and world to remind ourselves of the importance that farming plays, crucially, with regards to food security, but also, as other members have alluded to, landscape management, which clearly assists our tourism sector, our water quality, which clearly includes tourism on our coastal areas as well. So the role that agriculture plays is pivotal. Part of the problem is that a lot of people only glean their knowledge or experience of farming and the agricultural sector from country fowl and the archers. which provides a slightly narrow picture of what it is like. And I'm sure that they are both great programmes, Dame Eleanor. They are staple listening and viewing in the Hall House, and indeed where I live as well. Sorry, I just couldn't resist it. But there are too many people who think that farmers are loaded, and this is just a bung to already wealthy people. And those of us who know farmers, who represent farmers, who talk to farmers in our constituencies, know that that is very, very far from the truth. It is important that we provide, in times of uncertainty, as we transition from a 40-year membership of the EU to striking out on our own, that we provide certainty where we can. And I reference in an intervention to the Minister. Arable, of course, needs certainty, but those where there are greater fluctuations, either in in consumer trend, price fluctuation, weather, or disease. The lamb sector, the beef sector, the dairy sector are the mainstays of the Blackmore Vales agricultural focus, whilst the Cranbourne Chase in the east of my constituency, it's more chalkland, and therefore it is predominantly, though not exclusively, arable. Yes, chalkland, just like the constituency of Cheltenham. Thank you to my honourable friend for that sedentary heckle. Certainty is important because we are dealing here with long-term planning. Do farmers have the confidence to ask lenders for money to buy that new piece of farm equipment? Do they have the confidence or certainty to plant that crop, like some of my farmers in North Dorset, who now are growing milling grains for the German beer sector, who are growing white poppies, the stalks of which are exported to Hungary for medical purposes, to extract medical opium to provide painkillers. If you are going to put your herd or your flock into a growth spurt, if you are going to want to see them calve and lamb, you want to have certainty that there is some basic underpinning to your sector, and this is what this bill does, and that is, Dame Eleanor, why it is to be supported. I also think it's important, we will hear this echoed, I'm certain, in the debates around the agriculture bill. I think this bill and the agriculture bill are effectively two sides of the same coin. But the huge scope for agri-tech, again, that needs certainty. There are productivity benefits, there are environmental benefits to it, and we must make sure that that sector, growing and really taking root in the UK, has the confidence to continue. One final point, if I may, which is with regards to audit, and various members have probed the Minister about the performance of the RPA and how it's going to look. They're effectively, some of them will be suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. They need to be freed from that. They need to be able to think with a lighter touch. But in that audit trail, it's taking the point of my honourable friend from the chairman of the Select Committee, who I congratulate on his re-election. We mustn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. The British taxpayer must be certain that those payments being made to farmers are fair, are needed, are transparent. So let us make sure that there is a clear audit trail on this homegrown UK system, so that British farmers have confidence and certainty, but the British taxpayer also has certainty that their money is being put to good purpose to support and to encourage that vital mainstay of the British economy, namely agriculture.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I say it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman for North Dorset, and can I also offer my congratulations to the Honourable Member for Tiverton and Honiton and his re-election back as Chair. He brings a wealth of experience to that position, and we wish him well in the position that he holds. I'm very pleased to speak on the direct payments and the commitment that the Minister has given. I'm pleased to see the Minister in his place as always. He understands agriculture as he understood fishing very well, and he has responsibility for that as well. And we look forward to his cooperation with the Northern Ireland Assembly, in particular with the Minister Minister for Deira, Edmund Putzi, is also my party colleague. The agri-food sector in my constituency is vitally important to the economy of Northern Ireland, but in particular to my constituency. Whether it be milk, beef, sheep, lambs or poultry or arable crops, whatever it may be, the importance is very important. The sustainability that the Minister referred to early on is critical to enable the agricultural sector to maintain the high food standards that they do, but also to gain through their partnership with the manufacturing companies. Because whenever the farmers, happy to give way, yes, sir.
Well, friend, very much for giving way. And I'm sure he would agree with me that I think the thing about Northern Ireland is that family farms are a structure for the whole of the United Kingdom, but nowhere more than in Northern Ireland. And so I think the importance of this bill and the future of agriculture is so critical to Northern Ireland.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. I agree wholeheartedly, and I will explain that maybe very, very shortly in my contribution. The farmers do well, the companies who work through them, the partnerships that are established, the Lakeland Dairies who employ some 260 people and then produce and manufacture the milk and the powder and export it across the world, whether it be Rich Sauces, whether it be Willowbrook Foods, whether it be Mash Direct. There's 4 of the companies in Northern Ireland that work in partnership with the farmers, but ensure that the farmers with the direct payments can enable them to produce the good products to go to sell across the world. We in my constituency in Mid-Down have the number 2 milk production in the whole of Northern Ireland. So my neighbours, and I declare an interest, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a member of the Ulster Farmers Union, but also as a farmer, and I understand the importance of my neighbours have for the milk in the sector. I did receive some correspondence from the Ulster Farmers Union, who are the sister organisation of the National Farmers Union, and I just want to make some comment, if I could, to that. In relation to the Her Majesty's Treasurer announcement on farm funding for 2020, I welcome the news as it delivers commitment made by the Conservative Party and by the Minister in particular. It is essential that Northern Ireland's share of the UK farm funding is maintained. It is my understanding that Her Majesty's Treasury has confirmed with Deira, the Agriculture Department at the Northern Ireland Assembly, that the monies will be rolled over from 2019 to 2020. And we're also hoping that Deira would be able to pay the 100% of those payments by mid-October. I'm just wondering whether the Minister has had an opportunity to discuss directly with the new Minister in Northern Ireland on these nitty-gritty ones, but they understand how we're getting the things through in the process that we wish to do. Getting the new Northern Ireland agriculture policy up and running by 2021 will be very ambitious. However, I do hope that government are up to the challenge. Last week, the Ulster Farmers Union Beef and Lamb Policy Committee met to discuss the priorities for the new Northern Ireland Agricultural Minister. The Ulster Farmers Union Hill Farming Policy Committee will meet this week to look at their key priorities. And again, I say these things, Minister, because it's really important that what's happening in Northern Ireland is mirrored by what's happening here and working together. I would assume that one key priority will be for the re-established ANC scheme, especially now that the flattening of payments is frozen at 5/7 of the commitment. Beef and lamb key priorities for support. Again, I put these on record and answered because they're important to the farmers back home. As the Honourable Member for Tiverton and Honiton refers, we have small farmers who depend on the direct payment scheme to enable them to deliver profitability in their farms. Beef and lamb key priorities for support. Immediate new targeted suckler cow payments to stabilise the number. Immediate examination. The impact of the €100 million beef exceptional aid measure scheme that Irish beef farmers received in Deira must consider emergency support for Northern Ireland beef producers. The safety net for the volatility mitigation support. Ulster Farmers Union would request that a deficiency slaughter premium scheme be established for the Northern Ireland beef sector. A draft of this has already been established or presented to Deira, and I'm just very keen to know if the Minister's had the chance to look at those things yet. It will provide a safety net for the farm businesses and the rural economy, and we need the Minister to be involved with the Northern Ireland Assembly Minister for that purpose. Immediate new targeting for the breeding new payment. Similar rollover to the scheme that's in the Republic of Ireland. Provide targeted support which will contribute positively to sheep welfare. An immediate reinstatement of the Deira funding of the Grass Check 2020, beef from grass and lamb from grass. The Northern Ireland Agriculture Minister has committed himself to doing all in his power, but we do need the Minister's commitment, and I'm very pleased to see him in point 3, Part 2 of the document that we have before us, that if the regulations relate to that body or laws applies in regards to Northern Ireland, very clearly, the Minister and this government have given a full commitment to working along with the Northern Ireland Assembly to ensure that these things do happen. The Ulster Farmers Union have concerns that we in Northern Ireland farming sector will fall under some other controls from the EU, and again, Minister, would dislike some assurance that that will not be the case. And we want to be treated the same in every way as the rest of the United Kingdom. Close cooperation between the Minister and the Minister at Westminster and the Northern Ireland Assembly is vital. Can I make some comment, Mr. And I conclude with this, Madam Deputy Chair, is in relation to the environmental schemes. The environmental schemes enable the government's target of carbon net zero by 2045 to be achieved. Those schemes are critical for that. The tree planting, for instance, that will become the lungs of the world. The then Wherry Grouse project, for instance, it's one of those schemes that's sponsored through this direct payments. But that scheme enables the environment to grow and sustain itself and be there for the future. So I very much like the welcome what the Minister has said. Look forward to working cooperatively with him and do beseech him, particularly to ensure that when it comes to working alongside the Northern Ireland Assembly and the Minister, that it's critical that it happens. If it happens, then we all gain.
Dave Duggan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I've enjoyed very much the observations from around these islands in the course of this debate, and I'd like to reflect on the answer the Minister gave to me and perhaps maybe offer him an opportunity to expand a little bit on that answer in his summing up in terms of my inquiry about how ministers of the UK Government would interact with the agricultural sector, its representative bodies in the NFU and the NFUS, and ministers in the various devolved administrations about how we take forward the next cycle of development of a post-CAP, post-EU agricultural framework for the United Kingdom, because whilst the devolved administrations have substantive authority and control over many of these issues, devolved administrations are necessarily subsidiary to the UK, and whilst I wish that that perhaps weren't the case, in fact I definitely wish that that wasn't the case, insofar as it remains the case, it is incumbent in my view for ministers to take a cooperative and collegiate approach to setting objectives about how we deliver the very best for our agricultural sectors going forward. And I'd like to hear how the Government intend to do that. We heard in response to a question from the Minister's honourable friend, the member for North West Durham, about the phasing of the changes as we evolve post-common agricultural policy and how that phasing would be undertaken. And that's a key element of exactly how we need to understand from farmers, from their representative bodies, what they wish to see. As the Chair of the Select Committee pointed out, there are elements within CAP that are worth keeping. I'm sorry to have him return to his place. There are elements within that are worth keeping, and the Minister would do well to make sure he liaises with people on the front line of agriculture about what those elements are. And we must certainly have a recognition that insofar as this bill bridges a gap, it doesn't contain the opportunity for meaningful transition of long-term planning. And we've heard many colleagues across the House talk about the need for investment in capital equipment and machinery, for changes in that which they're producing on their farms. And it's really important that we have some kind of indication or signposting about how we can transfer and evolve this post-CAP scenario into something that will really deliver meaningful material change for agriculture. Thank you.
Does the Minister wish to give a very brief reply? Minister.
Thank you very much, Dame Elaine. I just wish to address some of the points raised by honourable members, including the Shadow Minister, who'd obviously tabled some amendments in this area. First of all, on the claim that this had been rushed, the reason that we need this legislation through now is that we cannot allow an air gap to open up in the application of these regulations. We leave the EU at the end of January. Members will be aware aware from what I said earlier that the scheme year is already open. Farmers are already making decisions about cropping, about how much land they must leave fallow. Many of these deadlines are already upon us. The scheme window opens in March, so we must have this in place to ensure that the schemes can be implemented. Which brings me to my main point regarding the amendments 8 and 9 that he tabled to Schedule 2 to remove the made affirmative procedure. We must have these regulations made by exit day so that there is not an air gap. If we waited for the affirmative procedure, we would not have these regulations necessary in place in time. We would not have operable law in place. That is why the made affirmative procedure is the appropriate one for Clause 3, subsection 1 and Clause 3, subsection 3. He also suggested that we needed a provision to extend this particular bill. We don't need that provision because the agriculture bill will be the one that replaces this current one. Finally, as far as late penalties, compensation penalties, the simple fact is that we need to simplify this scheme in order to ensure people that are paid on time not have lots of complex remapping, and that is what we are intending to achieve through this.
Thank you. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. With the leave of the House, I intend to put the questions on Clauses 2 to 9 and Schedules 1 and 2 together. So the question is that Clauses 2 to 9 and Schedules 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order. Order.
I beg to report that the committee has gone through the bill and directed me to report the same without amendment.
Thank you. Third reading?
Now.
Minister to move third reading, Mr. George Eustace.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that the bill be now read a third time. I'd like to thank the House for the debate that we've had on this bill, which is so vital for the agricultural sector across the UK. And I want to recognise the frustrations that some members might have had because of the need for this bill in the first place, given that there is obviously an agriculture bill also on its way. First of all, I'd like to reaffirm that the bill makes no policy changes. This bill is about continuity. It is a small technical bill to ensure that the government and devolved administrations are able to pay direct payments to farmers for the 2020 scheme year. Our future intentions for agriculture in England have been laid out by the government in our agriculture bill, which was introduced on the 16th of January. We know farmers need stability, certainty and a smooth transition to our new system of public money for public goods, so we will not switch off direct payments overnight. This would be irresponsible, and there shall be a 7-year agricultural transition period allowing a system of public money for public goods to be gradually introduced. I acknowledge that this bill is being passed under a tight timescale. However, it is imperative that it and the necessary secondary legislation are in place and in force by exit day, which will be upon us at the end of this week. The withdrawal agreement will stop the cap direct payments legislation from applying in the UK for the 2020 scheme year, and this was intended so that the UK would not have to pay into the EU's next budget cycle, which funds the 2020 direct payments year. I will be.
I'm going to try again once more on this issue that we are paying for. We won't be paying into the Common Agricultural Policy for our part of the money that comes back to us, but will we be actually paying the amount we paid before, which was actually contributing for the CAP across the rest of the European Union?
Well, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to make that address that point raised by my honourable friend in previous stages of this bill. But it is the case that we will not be contributing to the next multi-annual financial framework. We will not contribute to the 2021 budget. And therefore, not only will we not be contributing and getting back money for our farmers, we will pay that ourselves, we will not be paying in this scheme year for EU farmers, since we won't be contributing to that part of the budget. In summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased that this bill is making its passage so that we can ensure that our farmers in each and every part of the UK have the certainty they need as we leave the CAP and embark on our new ambitious programme. This bill has received legislative consent motions from every part of the UK, including Northern Ireland, even though that they have only just recently formed a new administration. I concur with the points made by my honourable friend, the member for Strangford, in an earlier stage of this bill.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for effectively repeating what he said at the Committee of the Whole House. There is cross-party support for this bill, but as my honourable friend from Cambridge said in his remarks a moment ago, that doesn't mean there aren't some issues with this bill that it's worth highlighting. As I did at the second reading, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I declare an interest that I am a very proud brother of a sheep farmer in Cornwall, in fact just up the road from the Minister's own constituency, farming in rare breed sheep, who's married to a beef farmer who is again just up the road from the Minister. We won't be opposing this bill today, but I think the context in which the Minister set this out needs the addition of the climate crisis to be part of this, because listening to the remarks of government members, there does seem to be a slight disconnect between what is in this bill and indeed the forthcoming agriculture bill and what is in the notes that they're being given out to read. Because it's really important that we get this right. The government is proposing moving from a system of supporting farmers via the land that they own to a system of supporting farmers based on the environmental land management and other environmental public goods. This is a good scheme if delivered correctly. It is not a subsidy for productivity. It is not a subsidy for food production. And I'm concerned that, listening again to some of the speeches from second reading, that not all government members have quite understood this. And so I would encourage colleagues to consult with the recently re-elected chair of the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Select Committee, which I'd like to pass on my congratulations. It's always good to see members from Devon and high places of authority, because actually it's important we get this right. Because if we are fighting on the wrong pitch, we can't do the decent job of scrutinising what would be the biggest fundamental changes to our agricultural system since the Labour government's introduction of the Agriculture Act in the 1940s. That's why we need to make sure that this is done properly. And I believe that the Minister could address elements that have been raised by his own side, and indeed my honourable friend, member from Cambridge, in not only looking at the future of the Rural Payments Agency, and I believe the honourable member from Dorset raised some valid concerns about the culture of the Rural Payments Agency. I commend the work of the officials there who have been working under immense pressure, not only because of the potential changes in the way that the CAP has worked, but because their budget has gone down from £237.6 million when the Conservatives came to power in 2010 to just £95 million in 2017-18. If we are to change our agricultural system, the culture of those organisations that work in agriculture will also need to change, and that will need to be properly scrutinised and given time to bed in. The amendments that we had proposed earlier that would have given ministers slightly more availability in terms of leeway to look at this, I think would be worth the minister considering again. And I think this does need to be seen in concert with the agriculture bill. Now, I appreciate that the minister himself said that time is of an essence, and indeed it is in terms of doing this. But time has not been of an essence over the last 14 months as ministers sat on the agriculture bill and sat on the fisheries bill and the environment bill. There have been very taking it easy, laid back, with a pedestrian attitude when it comes to that. And so I think it is somewhat cheeky but appropriate of the Minister in this context to say that parliamentary scrutiny can't be delivered now because we've taken so long to get here. That, I say to the Minister, I think is an excuse that needs a little bit more work, because we do need to guarantee that Henry VIII powers aren't being used disproportionately. I fear in this case that is a setting where they should have been used in a slightly different manner. But actually we do need to get this right. There's also elements of this about how we can support the rare breeds and the other items that were discussed at second reading that weren't mentioned in the committee stage of this bill, which I still think are issues of concern for our rural communities. Not only hill farming that I mentioned before, but also the issues of crofters raised by colleagues in the Scottish National Party as well, to make sure that those specific types of farming are supported in any extension or any new form of agricultural support that comes in the future. I know the Minister has a timeline that he wishes to reform agricultural support in the next few years or so, but by loading all the changes towards the end of that process and not at the start of it, we are giving farmers notice that there will be considerable changes at the end of that period, but not enough time to get it right. And I think there were points raised by the colleague from the Liberal Democrats who spoke about the importance of the ELM scheme and getting the ELM scheme right. Now, this is a technical detail that I'm not sure everyone has been following, but if we are to get this right, it is really important that the ELM schemes are properly looked at, properly scrutinised and given time to not only see what the consequences are, but for them to be improved before they're rolled out on a large-scale basis. Now, I think that is an area where there is a willingness from the farming sector to work with ministers to get this right, knowing that the public money for public goods approach is a philosophy that is supported by many in the farming communities. But what it can't be is a new philosophy, a new approach, a new funding system implemented too fast without the proper time to bed it in, to improve it, to make sure it all works. And that's where I think the Minister is speeding through this bill, when we could have the option of looking at whether the system needs to be extended for a further year in due course. I'll be giving way.
How important it is that the transfer takes place. Does he also feel it's very important that the markets we have for our sheep, and the honourable gentleman who spoke earlier on, and the member for Carmarthen East also referred to the 95% of lamb produce that goes out of Wales. In Northern Ireland it's 97%. It's very important we hold those markets where we can sell that stuff in the meantime of the changes coming in.
Yeah.
Well, I thank the honourable member for that comment. And I think this goes to the heart of some of the debates that might transition into the agriculture bill discussion, because I want us to see a farming system that reflects the climate crisis that we have at the moment, that takes due cognizance of food miles and the carbon intensity of importing food from one side of the planet to another, where our homegrown local produce is of an exceptional quality, is something that we can be very proud of. And I think we need to recognise that actually, as a West Country MP, indeed the Minister is another West Country MP, the South West creates some of the most fantastic foodstuffs in the country. Indeed, there are representatives right around the country that have their own produce that they can be very proud of. British produce is something that we should be very proud of, and I encourage all members to support buying goods with the red tractor logo, to make sure that we're taking steps to encourage consumer behaviour to buy local. And that's really important, because any future trade arrangements, which will be discussed in another legislative vehicles, we need to make sure that our UK farmers are not undercut. Now, it's important that we set out what that means, because chlorinated chicken and hormone-treated beef is a concern to many people. That doesn't mean that UK farmers will be treating their chickens with chlorine, nor does it mean that they'll be using antibiotics on an industrial scale as US agriculture does. It means that we'll be allowing access to our market for food produced in that way. And it is not the chlorine or the antibiotics that are the main concern there. It is the fact that they're used in the first place because the animal welfare standards for those animals is so low initially. Now, this is an argument that we will need to rehearse and repeat as we're getting closer to the Agriculture Bill's second reading, but it is also important that we set this out. We need to have a fairer form of farm support that supports our farmers, that makes sure they get their payments on time, and improvements have been made, but there's still more progress to be made. We need to make sure we are supporting our farmers and decarbonising agriculture, allowing our natural habitats to thrive as part of the way, ensuring that farm runoff doesn't pollute our watercourses, as was raised by a member of the government side earlier, and creating a system where we're moving effectively and efficiently to public money, to public goods, not a form of farm subsidy. This bill completes a technical amendment that the Minister could and should and probably would have, if he was allowed to by the whips, done a year ago. I'm glad it's been done now, but I think we must make sure that as we lead up to the Agriculture Bill, we are having a system of farm support and a debate that's worthy of the importance of food production, high quality, nutritious, locally produced, decarbonising food production that all our farmers and indeed our voters want to see. Thank you.
Deirdre Brock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Listen, I want to thank the Minister for his contributions today, but I was quite saddened to see that he chose not to answer any of the questions I raised when I was speaking, so I might just put them down on the record once again. I was certainly waiting for an answer to my question about the convergence monies. The convergence money was supposed to level up, that being the phrase du jour, support for farmers and crofters across the UK, paid as it was for the amount of less favoured areas that they contained largely. So by ensuring that Northern Irish and English farmers retain their uplift, the whole purpose that lay behind convergence monies being awarded has been effectively ignored. So I'd love to hear what the government will be doing to address that. Could I ask again what compensation for currency fluctuations farmers and crofters can expect? And when can we see the details of multi-annual frameworks, the future basic payments, very importantly for Scottish farmers and crofters, the settlement that the devolved administrations will receive? I'm hoping... yes, of course.
Just listen carefully to what she said. I took a moment to just digest it. She said about compensating farmers and crofters for currency movements. Is it the SNP's proposal to compensate all international traders for currency movements, or could you just tell us a bit more about what she actually proposes?
We're talking specifically about this situation with the payments that are being made at the moment, so I'm not really sure why the honourable gentleman wants to drag in a completely separate subject at this point, but I do think that most farmers would expect, given the currency fluctuations that are occurring and have occurred since, of course, the EU referendum and the plummeting of the pound, that some sort of compensation should be at least contemplated by the government going forward. That was the extent of my contributions, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I hope at some stage anyway, perhaps during the Agriculture Bill, some of those questions that I've raised can be addressed by the Minister.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And to add to comments others have made, this is undoubtedly a necessary piece of legislation, and we certainly won't seek to oppose it. It is a small amount of certainty in a sea of uncertainty for our farmers, and certainly for mine in Cumbria. When I speak to farmers throughout the lakes and the dales and throughout the rest of South Cumbria, their concerns are manifold regarding our departure from the European Union. One undoubtedly is the future of direct payments, and indeed also the environmental payments, what we would now refer to as coming under Pillar 2. But undoubtedly the concern about trade deals is massively significant. Over 90% of Cumbrian farm exports are to the single market, and so that there should be a deal is absolutely critical. The problem is, of course, if you're desperate for a quick deal, the chances of you getting a good one are almost by definition reduced. It seems to me that there are three options, and I can't think of a fourth one. Option one is that we align wholly, either officially or unofficially, with single market rules, in which case we have lost control, not taking it back one little bit. Or we de-align and we increase our standards, as many people say we would do, but of course that means likely increasing input costs, making British farming less competitive at home and abroad. Or most likely we de-align and we reduce the standards of our production. We may be competitive, but we undermine everything we said we hold dear and everything our farming community holds dear. I can see no alternative to those three options. We need there to be a deal, but the chances are it won't be as good as the one we currently have. In fact, the certainty is it won't be as good as that we have now. I am glad that not only the government is committing to this piece of legislation, which gives some stability and predictability for the next 11 months, not 12, but what we don't really have, whilst there is a commitment to £3 billion or so a year for the life of this Parliament, is clarification as to where that money will go. Bear in mind that, for all its faults, the CAP money that came to this country was restricted for use on agriculture and the environment. Of course, if we are making up our own rules, and there's many advantages to that, of course, then who's to say the £3 billion the government has allotted would not actually end up being siphoned off to other rural pots, which might all be well and good, but would actually be reducing the amount of money that goes into agriculture. In fact, when I questioned the former Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Areas on this point, he was very specific in not answering the question, saying that he couldn't promise that all of the £3 billion would be spent on agriculture and the environment. I'd like it if the Minister were able to make a comment on that. Will all of this money be ring-fenced for agriculture spending? There is nothing to force the government at the moment to do that. It is a likely cut in the money that will go into our agricultural sector. Just a couple of other points. One thing, right or wrong, over the last almost 50 years, 45 or so years of we have been in the European Union and the common market before it, one debate we have not had to have is whether it is right or not right to subsidise food. But we do. And if we stop, we will notice. The average spend in 1970 on food was roughly 20 to 25% of household income. Today, it's around 9%. Whether it is right or wrong that we have subsidised food, we have, and the consequences of us choosing not to do it will have enormous consequences on the lives of every one of our constituents and colossal political consequences. So thinking this through is absolutely vital. And that is, coming to my final point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is simply that of unintended consequences. As has been said from the Labour front bench and elsewhere, the understanding throughout the agricultural community, indeed across the country, that we should be spending public money on public goods is a given. It's one I completely support. But there is a great vagueness to that as things stand. So, for instance, at the moment, farms in my community will kind of open their doors just because they've always done it to the local primary school to come in and look around and to enjoy being on farm and getting a sense of where their food comes from. In the future, will he or she have to formally bid for funding to provide that public good? Are we in danger of getting to a stage where we're accounting for everything and taking the heart out of the public role that farmers currently provide and do so willingly and freely? And yet so many of those public goods are hard to pin down. How do we make a payment to a farmer in Troutbeck or Kentmere or Long Sleddle or the Langdale Valley to compensate them, reward them for aesthetics, for making sure that the Lake District continues to be our premier rural tourist destination, the biggest tourist destination in the country after England? How do you account for that? How do you put a price on that? How do you fund that? And these things are massively important and will not be easily done overnight. And when we think of the value that farmers bring to the United Kingdom, the production of food, and we're already importing nearly 50% of that which we eat, so it's so important that we maintain at least what we currently produce and preferably expand our production. But the production of food, the maintenance of rare and natural habitats, the promotion of biodiversity, the looking after rich heritage landscapes, the underpinning of our tourism industry, worth £3 billion a year to the Cumbrian economy, and indeed provision of 60,000 jobs throughout the Cumbrian tourism economy? What about the work in the uplands, for example, in protecting the towns and the villages from flooding, water management in the uplands? All these things are massively important, and we will have nobody to deliver our environmental goods that we so desperately need to be delivered if there is nobody working in the farming industry, especially in the uplands, at the end of the 7-year transition period in order to deliver them. If you care about the environment, then you care about protecting the livelihoods of those people who are there as our partners to protect our environment. And this is why I am so concerned that the government's plan to start phasing out basic payment from next January, which makes up 85% of livestock farm incomes in this country, that is a certainty. That is what they face. It is, if you like, a 7-year notice to quit. And ELMS, for all of the benefits that I believe and hope it will bring, will not be available to everyone until 2028. That's a 7-year period when British farming has to hang in the balance. Many farmers will have to leave the industry. Either they will choose before it gets bad, or they will go under because it has got bad. And if we care about our environment and protecting the public goods that farmers bring to this country, then we must do the right thing, which is to decide today, and I challenge the Minister to do just this, to agree to not phase out BPS until 2028. Do not phase out basic payments for anyone until ELMS is available for everyone. Thank you.
Jim Shannon. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman for Westmoreland and Lonsdale. He speaks very passionately for his constituents and tells us a lot about his own constituency and the importance of farming that it has to it. He speaks of the high quality product that his farmers produce. So I just want to say very quickly in this third reading, Madam Deputy Speaker, that my farmers in Strangford equally produce some high quality food, and that high quality food that they produce goes all over the world. One of those examples, of course, is a milk product that goes into Lakeland dairies and then travels as far as China. And the Minister, not the Minister here, but the Minister of International Trade Development, he secured or helped secure a contract with Chinese authorities for over a 5-year period of £250 million of that produce. That's the high quality produce that we produce in our constituency, and the importance is really, really important.
Would you give way on that?
I'm quite happy to, yeah.
And would you accept that whilst it is important that any payment system to farmers be directed towards protecting the environment, the rural environment, it's equally important that there should be no disincentive in producing high quality food?
I thank my honourable friend and colleague for his intervention, and I agree wholeheartedly with what he's just said. I wanted to mention about the environmental projects and where the direct payments have made that happen across Northern Ireland. Really, really important projects that probably would never have seen the light of day. Projects that fall into the government's policy of environmental and climate change. Policies and opportunities that make projects take place. I was just saying to my honourable friend there in the back seat there earlier on in the debate, it's not possible to stop at some of those environmental schemes and schemes, because you just can't do that, especially if you're tree planting. It's very important that a number of organisations do that over this next period of time. National Trust have a commitment over the next to plant trees and some 500 of their properties that they have responsibility for. The Ulster Farmers Union and the National Farmers Union also are encouraging their people to do likewise. I think it's vital that we move towards ensuring that these schemes are continued. You can't remove tree planting schemes, it just doesn't, and then turn the land into agricultural land again. It's not possible.
My honourable friend, give way. I think my honourable friend makes a very good point there, and surely all this emphasises and underlines the importance of making sure that we get things right now, because as my honourable friend has just outlined, it's not very easy then to make up for any mistakes that are made.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, what I think government and the Minister has done here today, and done, can I say, in an extremely helpful way, has ensured that all the regional administrations, whether it be Scotland, whether it be Wales, whether it be Northern Ireland, are part of that project, part of the scheme of going forward together. And it is my hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in this bill as coming forward, that the direct payments can continue. I would like them to continue long beyond that, but it's the process that moves us towards that where we need to be. I think it's very important that in Northern Ireland, and the chair of the DEFRA committee referred to it earlier on. I want to conclude with this comment. In Northern Ireland, we have a history, a tradition of small farms. My farm, which we have in our family, is only 62 acres. Farms are getting bigger now because they have to move forward. But I think it's really important that this scheme, the direct payment scheme, enables small farms to be viable, to make them sustainable for the future, for years to come. Because many of those, myself included, and many others probably across all of Northern, were reared in that farm of 60, 70 acres, and their children went to school, and the whole life was sustained in that. Really important for the future as we move forward that Northern Ireland and those small farms can be sustained, can be viable, and can have a future. And we wish to have that future within the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We don't want to be any different. We want to be treated the same in Grey Abbey, where I live, as it is in Gloucester or anywhere else. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Neil Parish.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a great pleasure to speak in this third reading, and also after the Honourable Member for Strangford, and also to very much to raise some of the points that he's also raised, is that I think points have been made all across the House that this is a continuity bill which we very much welcome, to keep the payments going as they are. But the point was made by the opposition that the last agricultural bill was in the 1940s. We were then coming out of after the war. We were looking for production of food and actually increased production of food. And then, of course, later we went into the Common Agriculture Policy, and the Common Agriculture Policy spent all of its life actually increasing the production across the whole of the European Union, until we got to the 80s, when we had milk quotas, and we had all sorts of restrictions then to try and restrict production, and then so on and so on and so on. And so we have actually seen a whole time of agriculture and food production which has very much been linked to production. And I would very much raise the point, Madam Deputy Speaker, that as we move forward in not only this continuity bill but also into the new agricultural bill, that we can actually take production and we can actually enhance the environment at the same time. Because I think I've made this point in this House so many times, is that the countryside that we see across the whole of the United Kingdom, in the 4 nations of the United Kingdom, is not there just as God provided it. It is there because it's a managed landscape, and it's managed by farmers, and that is why we can actually have this production and also have a great environment. I also think sometimes we forget the fact, as we talk about carbon and talk about growing trees, that the amount of carbon that actually permanent pasture actually holds in the ground. And of course, if you've got permanent pasture, and I don't want to be too facetious here this afternoon, but we as humans can't actually eat grass. No. And so therefore actually we do need livestock production, we do need red meat production, and we need that, and we also need to look at the varieties and at the species and at the rare breeds to make sure that we can actually have a very diverse agriculture in the future. So there is much, like I said, I think, to be done. And I don't think sometimes, Madam Deputy Speaker, do we realise the enormity of what is in place of us, because we have spent, like I said, before I got to this House, tried to make my living as a farmer, and the whole of our lives we have actually seen a policy where it's been dominated by the Common Agriculture Policy. It's been dominated by 28 countries of the European Union actually wanting different forms of crops, different types of agriculture. And that, even if you take sheep production in this country and across the 4 nations is very much an extensive production. But if you actually look at how it is in France, it's a much more intensive production, and it is a time where they produce their sheep in a much more intensive way, whereas for us, the grassland production, and I think grassland beef and sheep in the future market is also going to be very, very important. And the Honourable Member for Shannon sort of raised the point about smaller farmers and family farms. And I think that's where we've got to be careful as we move forward, that actually having good quality, high welfare, intensive production is not all wrong. And we very much often say we have some of the best poultry units in the world. But they are intensively produced. But as the Shadow Secretary of State raised the point, if you actually compare that to the production that takes place in America, where you actually see the density of population of chicken 2 or 3 times that of our own, you see them using antibiotics in the water as a precautionary mechanism, which we have not used now for many years. And so we have spent a lot of time, Madam Deputy Speaker, in this country actually producing an agriculture and production that is welfare friendly, reducing antibiotics and making sure that we can deliver that high quality production. What we don't actually want to see, not only in any future agriculture bill or certainly in any new trade deal, do we want to see that those high standards of welfare being watered down in any mechanism to get a trade deal across the Atlantic, dare I say. And so therefore it is absolutely key that as we move not only from the continuity of payments bill but also to the new agriculture bill, that we don't take our eye off the fact that we do actually need to have that good trade deal, because the point is being raised here that while we talk about payments this afternoon and the continuity of payments, there are many farmers out there, especially in the poultry sector, that don't actually receive any payments at all. They are actually very keen on the trade deal that will take place to make sure that they can carry on having a living. Because, we in this House, it is important that as we move the agriculture bill forward and look at the new system of payment, that we don't actually put farmers out of business. We want to actually make sure we enhance the farming and we make sure that they can actually then deliver a good quality agriculture production. They can afford to remain in business and very much make sure then that we can deliver the agriculture that we need. Right.
The question is the bill now be read a third time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye! The contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the Ministerial Statement. Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs. Secretary of State to move.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and with permission I would like to repeat the statement by my noble friend the Secretary of State for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport in the other place on the security of the telecoms supply chain. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to securing nationwide coverage of gigabyte-capable broadband by 2025 because we know the benefits that world-class connectivity can bring, from empowering rural businesses to enabling closer relationships for the socially isolated, to the new possibilities for our manufacturing and transport industries. We are removing the barriers to faster network deployment and have committed £5 billion of new public funding to ensure no area is left behind. It is of course essential that these new networks are secure and resilient. And that is why the government has undertaken a comprehensive review of the supply arrangements for 5G and full fibre networks. The telecom supply chain review laid before this House in July underlined the range and nature of the risks facing our critical digital infrastructure, from espionage and sabotage to destructive cyber attacks. We have looked at the issue of how to maintain network security and resilience over many months and in great technical detail. We would never take decisions that threaten our national security or the security of our Five Eyes partners. As a result, the technical and security analysis undertaken by GCHQ's National Cyber Security Centre is central to the conclusions of the review. Thanks to their analysis, we have the most detailed study of what is needed to protect 5G anywhere in the world. And it is also because of the work of the Huawei Cyber Security Evaluation Centre Oversight Board established by the NCSC that we know more about Huawei and the risks it poses than any other country in the world. We are now taking forward the review's recommendations in 3 areas. First, world-leading regulation. We're establishing one of the strongest regimes for telecom security in the world. A regime that will raise security standards across all the UK's telecoms operators and vendors that supply to them. And at the heart of the new regime, the NCSC's new telecom security requirements guidance will provide clarity to industry on what is expected in terms of network security. The TSRs will raise the height of the security bar and set out tough new standards to be met in the design and operation of the UK's telecoms networks. The government intends to legislate at the earliest opportunity to introduce a new comprehensive telecom security regime to be overseen by the regulator Ofcom and government. Second, the review also underlined the need for the UK to improve its diversity in the supply of equipment to telecoms networks. Currently, the UK faces a choice of only 3 major players to supply key parts of our telecom networks. And this has implications for the security and the resilience of those networks, as well as for future innovation and market capacity. Mr. Speaker, it is a market failure that must be addressed. The government is developing an ambitious strategy to help diversify the supply chain, and this will entail the deployment of all the tools at the government's disposal, including funding. We will do 3 things simultaneously. We will seek to attract established vendors who are not present in the UK to our country. We will support the emergence of new disruptive entrants to the supply chain. And we will promote the adoption of open, interoperable standards that will reduce barriers to entry. The UK's operators are leading the world in the adoption of new innovative approaches to expand the supply chain. And the government will work with industry to seize these opportunities. And we will also partner with like-minded countries to diversify the telecoms market, because it's essential that we are never again in a position of having such limited choices when deploying such important new technologies. The third area covered by the review, Mr. Speaker, was how to treat those vendors which pose greater security and resilient risks to UK telecoms. And I know that the House has a particular interest in this area, so I will cover the recommendation in detail. Now, those risks identified may arise from technical deficiencies or considerations relating to the ownership and operating location of the vendor. As honourable members may recall, the government informed the House in July that it was not in a position to announce a decision on this aspect of the review. Well, we have now completed our consideration of all this information and analysis from the National Cyber Security Centre, industry and from our international partners. And today I'm able to announce the final conclusions of the telecom supply chain review in relation to high-risk vendors. Mr. Speaker, in order to assess a vendor as high risk, the review recommends a set of objective factors are taken into account. These include the strategic position or scale of the vendor in the UK network, the strategic position or scale of the vendor in other telecoms networks, particularly if the vendor is new to the UK market, the quality and transparency of the vendor's engineering practices and cyber security controls, the vendor's resilience both in technical terms but also in relation to the continuity of supply to UK operators, the vendor's domestic security laws in the jurisdiction where the vendor is based, and the risk of external direction that conflicts with UK law, the relationship between the vendor and the vendor's domestic state apparatus, and finally, the availability of offensive cyber capability by that domestic state apparatus or associated actors that might be used to target UK interests. To ensure the security of 5G and full fibre networks, it's both necessary and proportionate to place tight restrictions on the presence of any companies identified as high risk. The debate is not just about the core and the edge of networks, nor is it just about trusted and untrusted vendors. The threats to our networks are many and varied, whether from cyber criminals or state-sponsored malicious cyber activity. The most serious recent attack on UK telecoms has come from Russia, and there is no Russian equipment in our networks. The reality is that these are highly complicated networks relying on global supply chains, where some limited measure of vulnerability is almost inevitable. The critical security question is how to mitigate such vulnerabilities and stop them damaging the British people and our economy. For 5G and full fibre networks, the review concluded that, based on the current position of the UK market, high-risk vendors should be, first of all, excluded from all safety-related and safety-critical networks in critical national infrastructure. Secondly, excluded from security-critical network functions. And thirdly, limited to a minority presence in other network functions up to a cap of 35%. And be subjected to tight restrictions, including exclusions from sensitive geographic locations. Mr. Speaker, these new controls are also contingent on an NCSC-approved risk mitigation strategy for any operator who uses such a vendor. We will legislate at the earliest opportunity to limit and control the presence of high-risk vendors in the UK network and to allow us to respond as technology changes. Over time, our intention is for the market share of high-risk vendors to reduce as market diversification takes place. And I want to be absolutely clear that nothing in this review affects this country's ability to share highly sensitive intelligence data over highly secure networks, both within the UK and with our partners, including the Five Eyes. GCHQ have categorically confirmed that how we construct our 5G and full fibre public telecoms network has nothing to do with how we share classified data. And the UK's technical security experts have agreed that the new controls on high-risk vendors are completely consistent with the UK's security needs. Mr. Speaker, in response to the review's conclusions on high-risk vendors, the Government has asked NCSC to produce guidance for industry. This guidance was published earlier today on their website. The NCSC has helped operators manage the use of vendors that pose a greater national security risk, such as Huawei and ZTE, for many years. And this new guidance will include how it determines whether a vendor is high risk, the precise restrictions it advises should be applied to high-risk vendors in the UK's 5G and full fibre networks, and what mitigation measures operators should take if using high-risk vendors. As with other advice from the NCSC on cybersecurity matters, this advice will be in the form of guidance. The UK expects UK telecoms operators to give due consideration to this advice, as they do with all their interactions with the NCSC. Mr. Speaker, I hope the whole House will agree that if we are to achieve our digital connectivity ambitions, it is absolutely imperative that we can trust in the safety and the security of our telecoms networks. Risk can't be eliminated in telecoms, but it is the job of government, Ofcom and industry to work together to ensure we reduce our vulnerabilities and mitigate those risks. The government's position on high-risk vendors marks a major change in the UK's approach. When taken together with the tough new security standards that will apply to operators, this approach will substantially improve the security and the resilience of the UK's telecoms networks, which are a critical part of our national infrastructure. It reflects the maturity of the UK's market and our world-leading cybersecurity expertise, and it follows a rigorous and evidence-based review. It is the right decision for the UK's specific circumstances. The future of our digital economy depends on having that trust in safety and security. And if we're going to encourage the take-up of new technologies that will transform our lives for the better, then we need to have the right measures in place. That is what this new framework will deliver, and I commend this statement to the House.
Thomas Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Foreign Secretary for his statement, and indeed for giving me advance sight of it. I'm pleased that the Government has finally set out the conclusions of the telecom supply chain review in relation to high-risk vendors after far too long a period of dither and delay. As the Intelligence and Security Committee made clear in July of last year, this debate has been unnecessarily protracted and damaging. A decision was required urgently so that everyone concerned can move forward. Our telecom sector, businesses and households need that clarity and certainty to move forward. Leaks, rumour and confusion on this simply can't continue. Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of our critical national infrastructure is crucial. Robert Hannigan, the former head of GCHQ, has said that decisions about providers should be made on technical expertise and rational assessment of risk, and I agree. It's for the government to consider the best and expert security advice that it is given and act upon it. Ministers should have robustly investigated the risk posed to our critical national infrastructure. And whilst, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the confidentiality of National Security Council meetings, I hope the Foreign Secretary can give a firm assurance that this is the case. Guarantees about the safety and security of the network going forward are now absolutely crucial if Huawei is to be involved in building the 5G network. It is for ministers to make decisions in our national interest now and going forward, and never to be held hostage by shifting transatlantic geopolitics. A rush by the government to throw itself into the arms of President Trump to secure a trade deal must not govern everything that it does. And there is a wider point here. Mr. Speaker. As we assess potential risk to our critical national infrastructure, whether it's from Huawei or indeed anywhere else, we should be ensuring that the UK network is constructed in such a way that it is in the best possible condition to withstand attacks wherever they come from. Resilience in the network is essential, irrespective of this decision or indeed about any other 5G provider, and I hope the Foreign Secretary will provide reassurance on that. Huawei is in any event already embedded in the 4G network, and there is a wider question that after a decade of successive Conservative governments, we do not have our own capacity to secure our critical national infrastructure and security rather than relying on other countries. Indeed, as I think the Foreign Secretary conceded, the UK has been left to choose between just 3 5G vendors. What is the government going to do to support local manufacturing and our own tech sector in growing businesses that can secure our critical national infrastructure? And I've heard his words today, Mr. Speaker, about market diversification, but those words are not enough. The government needs to act. Mr. Speaker, 5G will have an extraordinary impact on our day-to-day lives. It is transformational, with faster data speeds, higher capacity and faster responsiveness. The majority of our constituents will now have access to a large number of smart devices, which every year is growing. And the 5G network will have the advantage of being able to cope with this growing capacity. 5G will shape the economy of the future. Innovative technologies of the future rely on its development, and it must progress speedily. The government's original announcement that the UK would be a global leader in 5G was back in 2017. The government has also set a target of the majority of the population being covered by a 5G signal by 2027. In his statement, the Foreign Secretary committed to securing national coverage of gigabyte-capable broadband by 2025. These targets have to be met. The UK is already way too far behind in terms of its digital infrastructure, and we need to act fast. In September 2019, around 10%, around 3 million premises in the UK had access to full fibre. In France, 38% of households have access. In Spain, it's 77%. In Portugal, it's 70%. This is simply not good enough, Mr. Speaker. It is letting all our constituents and businesses down, and the government has to do more. Moving forward, Mr. Speaker, I'll be grateful for the Foreign Secretary to answer the following points. Given the concerns expressed by our Five Eyes partners, and if Huawei is to be deemed a high-risk vendor, can the Foreign Secretary again make clear and be as transparent as he can as to how that decision will not bring about risk to communication channels that are used for intelligence sharing? Can the Foreign Secretary explain how the controls will work in terms of how high-risk vendors are being deployed? How durable is the barrier between core and periphery in the 5G network, and how will that be overseen? He mentioned the Huawei Cybersecurity Evaluation Centre, Oversight Board, but more detail as to how that is going to work would be appreciated. The Intelligence and Security Committee's statement on 5G suppliers of July last year set out that the government must assume all worst-case security scenarios and protect the network accordingly. Can the Foreign Secretary confirm that such contingency planning is taking place? And finally, can he also confirm when the world-leading regulations he's talked about will actually be brought before the House of Commons? Mr Speaker, the public deserve a durable, secure and reliable 5G network for the future to ensure our economy moves forward. The government's decision today is a small step in a very long process, but they can be assured that we will hold them to account on the delivery of a secure, world-class service for all our constituents.
It comes back. I'll be running this to 4 o'clock so members know where we are. Secretary State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the honourable gentleman for the list of considered questions that he raised? I think he's right to do so. We've looked at this very carefully. He did express concern about delay, but I think it was absolutely right on such a sensitive decision with such a whole range of complex considerations from the commercial and the infrastructure to the security to take the time to get it right. He called in his remarks for an objective and rigorous analysis. That is precisely what has gone into this decision through the telecom supply chain review, through the analysis of the National Cyber Security Centre, and through the other work that has been done, including the Huawei Cyber Security Centre Oversight Board. As a result of this, we have a greater level of insight into the challenges and the opportunities relating to 5G than any jurisdiction in the world, and particularly the challenges in relation to high-risk vendors. He asked about intelligence considerations, and he referred to those in his remarks. GCHQ have confirmed categorically that how we construct our 5G and full fibre public telecoms networks has nothing to do with how we will share classified data. Intelligence sharing will not be put at risk, nor would it ever be put at risk by this government. And it's worth just saying that high-risk vendors never have been and never will be in our most sensitive networks. And he will have heard the public remarks by Andrew Parker, the head of MI5, who said that he has no reason to think that the UK's intelligence sharing relationship with the US will be impacted, and that the Five Eyes intelligence relationship was the strongest they've ever seen. He asked a range of other questions. The reality is that the decision that we are taking today allows us to build on what will be the toughest regime, one of the toughest regimes in the world, protecting and providing the right balance on protection of our 5G infrastructure. And as I set out in the statement, the government recognises the imperative to diversify the supply, and that will involve UK operators, making sure more challengers can come onto the marketplace. It could well involve, and it is something that we will want to look at, the international cooperation with other like-minded and close partners in order that we avoid ever having that shortfall of competition and diversity of supply in this country in the future. The honourable gentleman referred to the ambitious delivery of the 5G network and full fibre broadband. That is precisely why, first of all, we had to take the rigorous analysis and take the time to get the decision right, and secondly, why it's so important to take the right decision, which is what this government is doing today. Finally, he asked about enforcement. The initial approach will be through guidance in the way that I explained in my statement, but we are committed to bringing forward legislation as soon as possible, where we will make sure that we've got the robust enforcement to go with the rigorous regime that I set out.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I commend the Government for taking a decision which protects our national security but also recognises the interests of our economy. That is right for the UK because it recognises the construction of our networks and our capabilities and gives us the toughest regime in the world. My right honourable friend has already referenced the fact that we never have had and never will have high-risk vendors in our most sensitive networks, and that this decision has no effect on our ability to share intelligence with our allies. But my right honourable friend also referenced the current market failure. He set out the steps the UK government will take to rectify this. Will he agree with me that it is essential that our Five Eyes partners, all our Five Eyes allies, are willing to work with us and other like-minded countries to ensure the very market diversification that is in all our interests in the long term.
Can I thank my right honourable friend and pay tribute to the assiduous and rigorous work that was done under her leadership and under her government, which has made possible the decision that we are able to make today. I can confirm in her words that there will be no impact on intelligence, and absolutely not only do we seek to continue to work with the Five Eyes on intelligence, and indeed want to strengthen that relationship as we depart from the EU, but also in relation to dealing with the shortfall and the need to improve diversity of supply in the telecoms network. Cooperation ought to expand in that area too.
Speaker, sir. The Conservative Party likes to brand itself as the party of security, but many will think that this decision is born out of weakness. It has come about as a result of short-termism and decades of underinvestment. The Prime Minister has gone for the cheapest, least secure option, but it doesn't take a genius to work out why Huawei is so competitive in cost. It's the Chinese Communist Party branded as a company, and the Conservative government has chosen low cost over security. 5G has been described as the central nervous system of a modern society, and every citizen wants to know whether the state itself can be undermined by the decision this government has made. But let us be in no doubt, 5G infrastructure from China is not safe. Under Chinese law, every Chinese company is mandated to give whatever help it is asked to give to the Chinese intelligence services, and in secret. That alone should have been enough for the Prime Minister to decide against allowing this company access. Now, the Secretary of State has said that the company is to be limited to 35% market share in the periphery of the 5G network and will be banned from core functions. But anyone who understands 5G will know that that's not how it works. Installing masts, for instance, may seem innocuous, but each antenna has software which is remotely updatable, and the so-called peripheral access network can communicate. It can contain malware, which these days is tiny and hard to detect. There's a very good reason, Mr. Speaker, why countries such as Australia and New Zealand have chosen not to let this company into their market. I suspect history will judge that their governments showed more wisdom at a critical time. The government here has also made a choice: low cost versus security. It's the wrong choice, and surely he must realise that future generations may come to judge his decision harshly.
Secretary of State.
Well, thank the honourable gentleman for his statements. He questioned the rigour of the decision, but as I set out in my statement, this follows, and I think in fairness to the honourable gentleman opposite, what has been a very thorough and extended assessment through the telecom supply chain review, and also the analysis on the security side by the National Cyber Security Centre. And so I'm afraid he is at odds with all of that analysis, including those provided by the intelligence agencies into the government. He mentioned some countries that have taken different decisions. As far as I'm aware, New Zealand hasn't taken the decision that he described, so I'm afraid he's wrong on that count. And I think if he's calling for an outright ban, then he should say so. And he should also address, square on, that would, and the analysis that we've received, not be an effective way, in a targeted forensic way, of addressing the security concerns rightly identified by the review that we've conducted. It would not remove Chinese production from the UK telecom supply. It would reduce competition, which he alluded to earlier, is part of the problem. That would make it worse. It would significantly increase the cost for industry and would delay the rollout of 5G. I think on all counts, I'm afraid, I have to respectfully say, I think he's got his analysis wrong.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the government accept something I had difficulty getting its predecessor to accept, that Huawei should not be regarded as a private company because it is intimately linked with the Chinese Communist state and its deeply hostile intelligence agencies? And if it does accept that, as it should, is it confident that the safeguards that will be put in place will be sufficient to guard us against a deeply hostile intelligence agency, such as he implied in his own statement we needed to in relation to Russia?
Secretary of State. The Honourable Gentleman, I think as I set out in my statement, we've been very clear that the relationship between any private business and any government or state operator is something which has been at the very centre of the analysis that we've conducted and which the National Cybersecurity Centre has conducted, and that based on the distinction between the centre or the core and the periphery or the edge and the different restrictions that can be made both on access but also the 35% cap on accessing the periphery, I am confident that we can provide him precisely the reassurance that he's asked for.
Cavan Jones.
I welcome this statement, and as a member of the ISC in the last Parliament, can I say that there's nothing that I've seen which means that this decision will compromise our 5 hours relationship, or that the potential risk in terms of including Huawei in the 5G network cannot be mitigated. But the Secretary of State, so the Foreign Secretary refers to market failure. This is not market failure. The Chinese government, through Huawei, have taken a deliberate policy to dominate this market by billions of pounds of investment in R&D and the acquisition of related activities as well. Could the Foreign Secretary outline how much the government are proposing to put into R&D in this sector, and will there also be a ban on Chinese companies acquiring UK companies that are developing technologies in this sector?
Secretary of State.
Well, can I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his positive remarks. We are making sure that we produce legislation as soon as possible which will be able to deal with the various enforcement mechanisms and requirements he's referred to. The critical question for us, and he referred to Huawei and the Chinese investment, the critical question for us is what we do. So we are taking the measures now in relation to guidance and as soon as practical in relation to legislation. But there is a medium-term piece of work that we need to look at the health of the telecoms market and make sure, both in terms of the domestic measures we take, legislative, investment and otherwise, but also the international partnerships that we nurture, that we do not see ourselves find ourselves in that situation again with any other critical piece of telecoms, let alone wider national infrastructure.
David Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. I will answer his question to the Scottish Nationalist spokesman and say, yes, I do think Huawei should be banned from our networks. It was founded by a member of the PLA. Even if it were not an arm of the Chinese government, the 2017 law requires it to take instruction from the Chinese intelligence agency. And in the future, the size and complexity of the problem we're trying to protect against is enormous. Even Huawei alone, forget the rest of China, has tens of thousands of researchers working on this. And so I'm afraid the only way to protect our safety is to ban them.
Well, I welcome my right honourable friend's scrutiny as ever. I'm afraid I disagree with him. First of all, because I do not believe, and the government doesn't believe, and critically, the analysis and the range of analysis that we've had leading into this decision does not back up the suggestion that an outright ban would either be a targeted way of dealing with the legitimate security concerns that right across this House we share and want to address, nor, in fairness, has the right honourable gentleman or anyone else who has called for an outright ban addressed the wider cost, delays and impact that it would have both on the telecom sector and in particular the rollout of 5G.
John Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This statement is a mess, but it is perhaps an inevitable mess given the government's lack of investment in our infrastructure, our strategic engineering capability and their short-term, hands-off, cost-only approach to our digital future. Now, every generation of telecoms technology is the platform for the next. So will he guarantee specifically that every Huawei box will meet interoperability standards so it can be swapped out for another vendor when one comes along? And what specifically, not generalisations, but what specifically is he doing to enable a British-based manufacturer of telecoms equipment so we aren't in this position again?
Secretary of State.
Well, on the enforcement side, the first thing that on the enforcement side, the first thing the government will do is come up with the guidance and the requirements for the industry, which they will, I'm sure, want to comply with. That will be followed very swiftly by legislation to make sure that we have got legally binding, thorough, consistent and rigorous enforcement of all the different requirements that are made. She is right, I think, to talk about more broadly the piece about building up, not just defending against high-risk vendors, but building up a wider supply and a more diverse supply of UK-based operators. That obviously requires fiscal measures, international cooperation with our partners and a range of other regulatory considerations. All of those are going to be looked at by the government.
Penny Borden.
I understand the restrictions of high-risk vendors to non-core, but would my right honourable friend agree that excluding high-risk vendors from any provision is one way we can encourage companies and states that do not operate under international norms and business standards? That is why this decision is regrettable. And would he agree with me that this country must never find itself in this position ever again?
Secretary of State.
Well, I pay tribute to my right honourable friend. I agree with the second part of her point, and I've laid out at length the legal, regulatory and fiscal measures the government will be considering and taking in order to prevent this happening. I don't believe that, and the government doesn't believe, an outright ban would address in a targeted way the legitimate security concerns that people have around high-risk vendors. It will be a very blunt tool for addressing a very specific problem.
Daisy Cooper.
Speaker. The government makes a distinction between the core and the periphery, but many people have made the point that as the network continues to integrate, that distinction will disappear. What reassurances can he provide on that? The periphery, where Huawei will be permitted to operate, includes radio masts that are used for emergency services, search and rescue, distress signals, and by 100 community RayNet organisations. What assurances can he provide on those 2 points?
100%. State.
I thank the honourable lady. Good focused questions. The core of the network is the nerve centre for our national telecommunications network. It's the most sensitive functions. They relate to things like protecting sensitive data, and that's how we can identify very clearly the specific requirements needed to protect them. The access network, the periphery, the edge as it's called, is the infrastructure connecting customer devices and equipment to mobile phone masts, transport and transmission network. There is a clear distinction. She's right to say that technology is fluid, they may change over time, but we're very clear on the functions that we've identified and the way that we're going to protect them.
Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, can I say to my right honourable friend, I am deeply disappointed in this decision now. I have spoken at length in the past to security officials, and they will always tell you that defending in cyber security is a game of catch-up. Always catch up against the next algorithm change. You can never guarantee that you spot it, and sometimes until too late. And the reality about the 5G network, Mr. Speaker, is that it is fundamentally different. There will be less and less centralised function and more goes to the periphery, which is exactly where Huawei will be. So I ask my right honourable friend, given that he didn't mention China in the course of his statement as being a threat to us in cybersecurity, only Russia, does he now believe that China is a threat to us in cybersecurity? And will he guarantee that as he takes on those threats to us, does he think that he will now drive Huawei out of our future systems progressively as quickly as he can?
State.
Well, I thank my right honourable friend. I think the government and the various statements that have been made in relation to the security risks have consistently called out China for cyber attacks and for other nefarious ways in which they risk. Well, I'm doing it now, so hopefully my right honourable friend will be reassured. We're absolutely squarely focused on that. But in relation to 5G, it's important to assess very specifically in a targeted way the nature of the risk and make sure that we've got the right tools to deal with that risk. And as I said in my answer to earlier, the risk of an outright ban is a very blunt tool to deal with a very specific problem. But he's right to say we need to be very mindful as technology develops for the future.
Pike McFadden.
Speaker, in the discussions with the United States over the Huawei decision,
did the United States administration make any linkage between our decision on this issue and the potential future trade deal between the United Kingdom and the United States?
I've never had any conversation where that linkage has been made, nor am I aware of one.
Richard Graham.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome this statement, which balances the advantages of world-class telecoms technology with the need to manage complex challenges from high-risk vendors. And I think the government's acceptance of the restrictions and regulations proposed by the National Cyber Security Centre should give us all confidence. Does my right honourable friend agree that, contrary to what some media are reporting, rather than setting us on a collision course with the US, in fact the UK will be working very closely with the US and other Five Eyes partners to develop alternative technologies over the next few years?
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank my honourable friend. He's absolutely right about the challenge we face, but there is also an opportunity, specifically, not limited to, but specifically for Five Eyes partners, to look at this and see the challenge that we face in the future, not just now, work together collaboratively with business, but also with, within government, to make sure that we never find ourselves in this position again.
Samuel Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, it was probably inevitable, given the government's desire rightfully to roll out 5G and broadband across the UK, that this decision would have to be made. But the Minister has given assurances today that he is going to try and ensure that in future we are not as dependent upon foreign technology. And yet in his statement he says that the three areas open to him are, first of all, to reduce barriers to entry. Does this decision not actually create greater barriers to entry, insofar as Huawei will have a greater grip on the market, will have economies of scale in the market, and therefore will be able to keep competitors away from the market?
Seriously.
Well, thank the honourable gentleman, but I think if he looks at the range of restrictions from exclusion at the core through to the 35% cap at the periphery and also the specific locations from which they will not be allowed access, I think that not only have we done the right thing and struck the right balance in terms of the diversity of the market, but also to protect and provide the resilience for the telecoms infrastructure.
Vital Fabricant.
Notwithstanding the fact that all our iPhones are manufactured in China by a company associated with Huawei, can I ask my right honourable friend, there are already 4 5G networks under construction in the United Kingdom. What action is he taking regarding these existing networks? Also, will the data being transferred and where the data is being transferred to be secure in the future? And finally, will the resilience of our 5G networks be maintained?
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend. He makes a good point, not just about new entrants to the market, but those with existing stakes in infrastructure. The guidance will apply to all of them. The legislation will apply to all of them. There will be transitional arrangements to make sure those already in the marketplace can adjust, but that will have to be reasonably swift so that we also have the assurance that we need around security.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. I can't work out whether it's naivety or arrogance that prevents the UK government seeing the high risk presented to our national security by Huawei. This is a company that is financed by the Chinese Communist Party, and we're going to give them an open door to our security. How is he able to provide any guarantee of our future security when software can be updated remotely and technology develops on a daily basis?
Secretary of State.
Well, she's right to point to the fluid nature of technology. We will make sure that we've got the right regulatory regime, both toughest and it will be one of the toughest in the world, but also through the technical requirements, the guidance, able to adapt to any shifts in technology. Inherently, technology is fluid. We'll have to keep this under constant review, but we have got the right balance to deal not just with the security risks that we face and that we, I think on all sides of this House, share an interest in addressing, but to make sure that we've got the investment in infrastructure. That's the balance the government struck.
Liam Fox, Dr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend is well aware of the high level of anxiety around this decision, both here and in the United States. As far as he is able, can he tell us, in Washington, is the anxiety primarily around Britain's ability to mitigate the risk of Huawei involvement in 5G, Or is it about sending a green light to other countries who will not have the same capabilities as the United Kingdom?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend, and I suspect that he's had many conversations with our American partners and friends. We are starting in a different place from the US, which does not have Huawei in its existing networks and can use different suppliers. But I can reassure my right honourable friend two things. First of all, during the telecom supply chain review analysis, we considered all of these aspects. We've got the most detailed and broad analysis that has ever been done in the world. And I can also say that during the decision-making process, we did ask the US on a number of occasions if they had an alternative to the use of Huawei which would work for the UK. And neither from our conversations in Silicon Valley or anywhere else was there a solution that would work for the UK.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State will be aware that many countries such as the US, Australia, India and I think Japan have banned Huawei. But is he also aware that Vietnam are developing their own network? How is it that this country cannot do the same thing?
Thank the honourable gentleman. I don't think that there's any reason why we can't. But we've got to make sure we provide the investment, provide the right market structure and level playing field, and also engage in some of those international relations and networks and partnerships that can make sure that we've got either a homegrown alternative for the future or one that's worked up with our most highly trusted partners.
Bob Seeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome much of the Telecoms review, and I thank my right honourable friend for the manner in which he's speaking now. I still think that this House all sides of this House are going to have significant problems with high-risk vendors, in part because of years of under-communication from governments on this issue. But just for now, can he confirm that Parliament will be able to debate an agreed definition of high-risk and non-high-risk vendors, that Parliament will be able to agree which high-risk vendors we want in the system and to what percent? 35% seems an awful lot. And can we work out how to encourage trusted vendors to compete with high-risk vendors in non-core periphery elements so that we can build non-trusted vendors out of the system, not into the system?
Secretary of State.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend? We have a definition of high-risk vendor, but he's absolutely right to say that there will be ample parliamentary opportunity to debate and define when we bring forward the legislation, which will be done as soon as possible.
Very sure.
Speaker, can I tell the Secretary of State I have some sympathy for him. This is a highly complex area, and I certainly want to go away and study his statement in some depth, as will many of our partners and trading nations that we trade with regularly. But could he answer one thing? Much of the emphasis in his remarks is on the national security. I understand that. But has he talked to universities? Has he talked to entrepreneurs and inventors and designers, all of whom know they have their intellectual property stolen every time they put it out onto the internet by the Chinese? The Chinese, they know, cannot be trusted. And we will give them greater access. University research, entrepreneurs setting up, all believe they will lose their intellectual property. Has he thought of that?
Secretary of State.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? The Telecom Supply Chain Review took extensive soundings and advice from across all the sectors he mentions, and what I would say is that having a robust approach to IP enforcement is in no way inconsistent or in conflict with the crucial decision that we've had to take and we have rightly taken today.
Tom Tugendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend will have heard the views of the whole House yesterday in an urgent question on this very subject, and it's very hard for me to welcome his statement, but I recognise the position that he has arrived at from the position he began with. Perhaps I can just ask for a little clarity. He talks about 35%. Is that 35% of the new 5G market, in which case it's an increase, or is that 35% of the existing market, in which case it's a huge decrease from where Huawei is now? What we really want to see here is we want to see a ban, a cap and a cut.
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank the Chair of the Select Committee. 35% is the overall limit. Oh, sorry, maybe premature. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate there was one or two other candidates speaking earlier in the statement, for which I hope they will forgive me. The 35% is set out very clearly in the papers. effectively it would be roughly equivalent to existing market shares, my understanding. But of course it could be changed over time, and it links in to the broader medium-term challenge we've got, which is to diversify the supply of homegrown and other highly trusted, if I can put it that way, companies from other countries and other jurisdictions, which will make sure that we've got a far more diverse supply for telecoms and technology which contribute to vital national infrastructure in the future.
Sir Mark Hendry.
Mr. Speaker, may I welcome and congratulate the Government on a decision that I believe will greatly enhance the digital infrastructure of the UK without compromising the security of our communications networks. 5G networks will be greatly beneficial to businesses and individuals and will avoid this country being dragged into a Donald Trump-inspired trade war with China.
I'm not sure quite what the question was there from the Honourable Gentleman, but we're taking the right decision based on a whole range of technical, commercial and security considerations for this country. And of course we'll need to go out and explain our position to all of our different partners, but I think that, particularly as we're leaving the EU, it's right that the United Kingdom does the right thing for the people of this country. We do it in the right way, and we've got enough self-belief and and courage of our convictions to stand up and take those decisions. That's what this government's doing today.
President Blood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I commend the serious and sober tone with which the Foreign Secretary has approached this issue, and also commend the enormous amount of work that must have gone on from the intelligence agencies to re-examine what I understood was the preliminary position arrived at under the government of our right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, and that ought to give us comfort that this decision has been properly examined. But the only body in this House, or within the Cabinet, that can actually properly look at this on the basis of all the evidence would be the Intelligence and Security Committee. And if that committee, when it's formed, seeks to examine this decision, can I request my right honourable friend and the government to allow them to look at it within all the restrictions that they have. And with finally a question to the market, to China, make clear to the Chinese we expect reciprocity.
Here, here.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend? I'm not quite sure which select committee he's going for now, but in any event, can I reassure the House that full scrutiny amongst all select committees will be duly provided, and I think he makes some important points about the nature of our relationship with China and the importance that they engage in good faith when they have access to our market, even though we are taking the measures I've rightly described will protect any vulnerabilities. So he makes, I think, an important point about the bilateral relationship with China.
Jonathan Edwards.
Mr. Speaker, industry experts indicate that the distinction between the periphery and the core will gradually become redundant. So if that is correct, how will the 35% rule that is announced today work over time?
Thank the honourable gentleman. He's right. And I mentioned the approach the government will take in relation to regulatory approach, but of course the figure of 35%, which will be set down in law, will be able to be amended and revised. So we will always have the flexibility in the tools that government has in order to address the risk to 5G and infrastructure more generally.
Imran Ahmad Khan.
I was going to ask a question that was asked previously.
But David Morris.
Mr. Speaker, when you go to China, you're told by the Foreign Office that if you take a phone, take a burner phone, so you have to get rid of it, because it will be hacked. You're told that when you're in China by the embassy there as well. What I would like to know is, can my right honourable friend confirm to me that we're actually utilising their technology and not their services, whether that be clandestine or otherwise?
I thank my honourable friend. I'm not quite sure what the clandestine services that he's referring to are, but I can reassure him that there is nothing further than the investment that will be accepted than those laid out in the statement that I've made.
Ronnie Collins.
Thank you very much. I just said, in 35 years of working in IT and writing tenders for telecommunications systems and reading many, I would never in my life have considered a vendor which I judged to be high risk. Why is this government doing this? And do you really think that the resilience and integrity of UK telecoms is safe when you say in page 12 risk cannot be eliminated in telecoms? At least we try and mitigate it.
That is precisely what I set out in my statement.
Jeremy Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The disadvantage the House faces this afternoon is that surely the most important evidence in helping the government make the decisions it's making comes from the intelligence agencies. Almost all members of this House will not see that evidence. As it happens, I have at least a version of it, and I happen to think that the government is making the right judgment on a difficult subject. But isn't it right that we should not allow ourselves, either in this place or in government, to be distracted by one single supplier and forget that there is American IP in Chinese components in products sold by vendors who are not Chinese, and the most important thing to do is to protect your supply network from vendors, whoever they may be, to enhance our security.
And I thank my right honourable friend. I think he makes an important point which was lost on some of the earlier remarks about interoperability. He's, I think, right in his assessment and his judgment, and also in relation to transparency, because I appreciate these are difficult issues for the House to grapple with. We have put as much into the public domain as possible. The Telecom Supply Chain Review final report was published in July 2019, and the analysis by the National Cyber Security Centre is available on its website.
Justin Mathers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Secretary has said that measures will be put in place to protect sensitive intelligence data, and in due course his judgment on that will be found to be correct or not. But given that he's described Huawei as high risk, I think my constituents will be rightly asking what protections are in place for their sensitive data.
Secretary of State.
Well, the crucial reassurance that I can give to the honourable gentleman and his constituents is that their data won't be at risk at all because of the geared and leveraged and calibrated set of restrictions, including the exclusion of high-risk vendors from the core of the functions, the sensitive network operations, and the various different restrictions on, including the 35% cap on the operations at the network. I think if the honourable gentleman looks at that package in the round, he will see that it is the right approach, not just to protect the resilience of the network, but also the integrity of individual data, whilst also making sure that we're open for vital investment.
David Collins.
The Foreign Secretary referenced the Oversight Board's work in his statement. He'll note that the Oversight Board have said that there are, in their view, serious and systemic cybersecurity issues with Huawei's network in the UK now, with no credible plan of remedy. Does he agree with the Oversight Board that that is the case? Has he seen evidence to suggest there is a plan to mediate that, to put that right? Or does he believe this is just something that can be managed?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, my right honourable friend is right to reference the flaws and the criticisms that have been made in relation to Huawei, but it's precisely because we've got the Huawei Cybersecurity Centre Oversight Board that we can get the right balance between acknowledging the risks, acting on them, but also making sure that we can proceed with investment decisions that are in the country's national interest.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He talks about Huawei as though it's some kind of Chinese answer to John Lewis. This is a Faustian pact with the Chinese Communist Party, and he needs to be honest about that. But on the regulatory aspect, Mr. Speaker, it strikes me the government is getting this the wrong way round. They're going to introduce what it says in his statement is this robust regime for telecoms regulations. Surely that should come before giving a green light to something as dangerous as Huawei into the 5G network. And the question then becomes, what if the new regime decides that what the government has just green-lighted is too dangerous? Is there an opportunity to stop?
I don't think with respect, anyone's described John Lewis as a high-risk vendor. The reality is that the government announced last July one of the toughest regimes for the world for telecom security, so that work is already in train. It will require operators to raise their security standards to combat the range of threats, whether cyber criminals or state-sponsored attacks, and we will make sure that in legislation we have the full panoply, not just of powers, but of enforcement mechanisms.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't say I welcome this decision, Mr. Speaker, but I understand it. But what harsh and honest lessons will the UK government take from finding itself confronted with this dilemma? Because this administration, and indeed even the previous administration, inherited this problem from a long way back. Doesn't it represent a massive strategic national failure, and indeed a failure of Western strategy, that the Five Eyes have been left in this position, And how will we learn those lessons? Will he set up a post-hoc review to learn lessons from this situation?
Thank my honourable friend. I entirely agree. I think I expressed in my statement this was a market failure, but he's right also to say it's a failure of government and indeed a failure of Western governments. We have set out a whole range of things that we will do, fiscal measures, regulatory measures, international collaboration, to make sure we never find ourselves in that situation again.
Andrew Griffiths.
My right honourable friend on what I think is a thoughtful and calibrated proposal. But as someone with first-hand experience of building and operating broadband networks at scale, could I ask him to consider phasing the introduction of the share cap over a number of years to allow time for industry to respond?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and I know he's got particular expertise in this area. We can consider the cap and the issue of phasing at the point of legislation, but I do think it is important that we take these measures as swiftly as possible to show that we have got a decisive fork in the road, able to meet the challenges of investment, but also the security challenges that we face.
Steve Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The logic of what the Foreign Secretary is saying, and he talked in his statement, didn't he, about limited choices, is that if he could make this decision around rollout without Huawei, that's exactly what he would do. So as he addresses the domestic telecoms market and the market failure, which, let's be honest, is a domestic market failure, is it possible for us then to ease out this high-risk vendor? Or are we then in too deep and it's only for the future that he's addressing that failure?
Mr. Secretary.
I think my honourable friend makes a very good point. And no, it wouldn't just be for the future. The reality is with a 35% cap, which could be changed over time, and with a set of investment initiatives that we need to take on in order to diversify supply. I can't give him a precise date, but we ought to, as soon as possible, start to grapple both with the domestic challenge, but also then in regulatory terms what we do afterwards. And the reality is, the more homegrown, trusted supply we have, the less we would need to rely on high-risk vendors.
James Cartledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In debate after debate in this chamber on the economy, honourable member after honourable member will rightly lament this country's long-standing failure to raise its productivity in reality. Now, there are serious security concerns, which my right friend has addressed very pragmatically, but does he agree it's hard to think of a single measure more likely to actually raise our productivity than early and comprehensive adoption of 5G?
Foreign Secretary.
My honourable friend is right, and I think for those that advocate an outright ban, they need to come out and defend what that would mean, first of all, in relation to security, because it would not be a targeted response to the security challenges we face, and secondly, the investment, the delay, the speed of the rollout of 5G.
Green.
The National Cybersecurity Centre has published a document today online which says that the reasons behind the 35% limit on Huawei involvement in parts of the network are subtle. That's one adjective you could use. Another one might be arbitrary. Could my right honourable friend explain why 35%, and can he say over what timescale he wants to drive that number down?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, can I thank my right honourable friend? The two key factors that have informed the 35% figure, and he's right to say that that's a balanced consideration, have been the need for a diversity of supply in the market and the need to make sure that we have the security of the network in place. The quicker that we can bring into play more trusted homegrown alternatives, the swifter we can review the point of the 35% cap and also the point at which we reduce our reliance on high-risk vendors. And that's the equation that we're addressing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Secretary of State confirm that any decision to ban Huawei outright would result in a possible trade retaliation from China?
Well, Secretary. There would be that risk, but that's, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, but that is not the basis on which this decision has been made. We have looked at the evidence, we have consulted partners across the board, and we have come to the right decision for the United Kingdom, and both on the issue of investment in 5G, but also critically on the right targeted, focused approach to protecting our infrastructure.
Richard Drax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bearing in mind we're under constant cyber attack by China, I'm baffled by this decision today, and particularly with 5G. As I understand from all the commentators, it's very hard for 5G to distinguish, where possible, between core and periphery. And if the government gives access to the periphery, it will get to the core. That is what we are hearing. Surely that is a major threat to our security.
Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable friend. With respect, I disagree. The core, and it is tangible enough to identify it, certainly at present, is the nerve centre for the telecommunications network. It's the most sensitive set of functions, like protecting sensitive data and making sure that the network as a whole keeps running. The periphery, the edge, so to speak, things like transport and the transmission network, which are important but not the same level of critical sensitivity, and that is the basis on which the decision and the approach we've taken today is based.
Michael Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Digital connectivity is vital for Mid Dorset and North Poole and for other rural and semi-rural constituencies like mine. The Foreign Secretary mentioned mitigations. What further reassurance can he give to my constituents and to our international allies that our digital infrastructure will remain secure and safe?
And I thank my honourable friend. I can give him and his constituents the reassurance that we've taken the right decision to make sure we can roll out 5G and have our ambitions for levelling up right across the country at the same time as protecting our infrastructure from the high-level risks where they particularly are targeted and focused.
Jonathan Judosha.
Mr. Speaker, given what I've heard today, I accept the sense of the government's position. However, in terms of drafting a contract with Huawei, would it not make sense, as far as the British public are concerned, that if there was to be a breach of national security, then it should be Huawei who pays for the replacement, not the British public?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable friend. I mean, I agree with the spirit with which he spoke. Of course, if there was that kind of breach, it would almost certainly be a criminal offence, not just a contractual issue. But what I can reassure him that the legislation will set out all the recourse that would be had against the operators.
Alan Kurt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For me, there are two key issues in this. There will be the technology and security challenges for which my right honourable friend will have received the UK and even the world's leading advice from the leading authorities. But on the other hand, there will also be the political fallout. What assessment has my right honourable friend and the government made about the impact of this decision on the politics with some of our international partners?
Thank my right honourable friend. I think we've taken a sensible, sober decision based on rigorous analysis, and we will rightly defend it as such with whoever is interested to know the basis for the decision. Equally, there is an important piece of work to do looking forward, as honourable members have expressed, in relation to making sure that we and other Five Eyes partners do not find themselves in this position again.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Speaker, I welcome my honourable friend's statement today, but he must recognise there are considerable fears about this decision. In order to allay those, will he run a government information campaign to deal with the technical issues, the oversight by the Cyber Security Centre and the technical issues, difference between the core and the periphery, and secondly, to detail the very stringent worldwide regulatory powers that he's going to put in place?
I thank my honourable friend, and we will certainly look at both of those points.
Rob Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having heard the very considerable concerns both inside and outside this House today, will my right honourable friend assure me and my constituents in Aylesbury of one simple thing, which is that the government will always prioritise national security and heed the advice of the security services when it comes to our critical national infrastructure?
Foreign Secretary. Thank my honourable friend. I can assure him that that is precisely what the government has done in this particular decision.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on. With the leader of the House, we will debate motions number 2 and 3 on criminal law together. I call the Minister to move the first motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House approves the release of Prisoners Regulations 2019 and the Criminal Justice and Courts Act Consequential Amendments Regulations 2019 as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it has been 47 days since the general election, and these orders before us today, these regulations, deliver on a critical manifesto commitment. Taken together, they ensure that the most serious, violent and sexual offenders spend 2/3 of their sentence in jail rather than half of their sentence, as is currently the case. By making this change, by making sure they spend 2/3 rather than 1/2 of their sentence in jail, we both protect the public and ensure that justice is better done. We protect the public because, of course, while someone is in prison, they can't commit any further offences, and this will increase the length of time they spend in prison. And secondly, it will build public confidence in the justice system in general and the sentencing regime in particular.
Will you allow me on that point?
Yes, of course.
Wouldn't the public's confidence be served if prisoners served the sentence that was delivered in court, rather than this complete fabrication that we have, where these sentences are announced and everybody works out on the back of a fag packet what it actually means in terms...
How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was balanced on. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
The work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.